To order. To start off, I need an approval of the agenda for today. Thank you, Councillor Stevens and Councillor McIntosh. All in favor? Thank you. Any disclosures of direct or indirect pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we're going to now rise for our national anthem, please.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you very much to David Nairn for his singing of O Canada. We'll move on to our land acknowledgement. We'd like to acknowledge the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe people, including the Ojibwe, Potawatomi, and Odawa of the Three Fires Confederacy. This meeting is being aired on public television and or streamed live and may be taped for later public broadcast or webcast. Your name is part of the public record and will be included in the minutes of this meeting. Any member of the public connecting via telephone is remembered to press *6 to mute and unmute. Please remain muted until the chair requests comments or questions from the public. I will turn it over to our acting CAO, Mr. Osmond, for opening comments.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Workshop Stage 2. Should be a great afternoon. Looking forward to some input from our guest speaker, as well as the infrastructure services guys are all queued up and ready to go. Before I turn it over to Carolina here, just want to let you know that I have negotiated on your behalf the release of the council reference guide. Took a bit of work on my part this morning, but I understand a few little tweaks are being done today. And I think it'd be something I'd like to see in your hands by tomorrow, so you'll get it and have something to just kind of ruffle through over the weekend. But it's a really, really good document for you to use. It's an e-document, so you can use it on the computer. Obviously, you don't have to print it off, but it gives you pretty immediate access to everything from policies to all the presentations we're doing. And tomorrow, if you want to bring it up on the computer, you could. And you can refer to, scroll through the presentation as we go along. But lots and lots of other detail in there. I think you'll really use it as a great tool. And without any further ado, I'll ask Carolina to lead it off. Thank you, Carolina.
Thank you to Ray. Mayor Post, if we wouldn't mind getting a motion to go into work.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we need a motion to head into our council workshop. Thank you, Councillor Andrews, Deputy Mayor Taylor. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. As you know, my name is Carolina Kahn. I'm here. I have the utmost privilege and honor of introducing John Mascarin. If you wouldn't mind just switching on his camera there. There we go. So John Mascarin, I have a little bio on him, but just before I say any of that, John Mascarin is extremely well respected in the clerks world and generally in the municipal world. I know that I have been one of many clerk staff over the years that have heard many of his chats at different conferences and events, and he always has great insights and great knowledge to impart on all of us. So certainly it's a pleasure for us to have him here join us today, and I know that he will be able to answer lots of great questions and provide a lot of great knowledge. And so his official bio, John Mascarin is a partner with Aaron & Burles LLP in Toronto. He's a certified specialist by the Law Society of Ontario in municipal law, local government, and land use planning and development. He's an adjunct professor at Osgoode Hall Law School in both the JD and LLM programs. He's an author of 5 published books in the municipal and planning law areas. He's editor-in-chief of the Digest of Municipal and Planning Law and the Municipal and Planning Law Reports. He leads all of his firm's municipal accountability appointments and mandates. And just last month, John was named the 2022 recipient of the Bruce A. Noble Distinguished Canadian Municipal Lawyer Award by the International Municipal Lawyers Association. So without further ado, welcome, John, and thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Carolina. That's a very nice introduction. I think I wrote part of it myself. No, but your initial comments were very kind. Thank you. Madam Mayor, members of council, thank you very much for having me here today. It's my privilege and honor to be in front of your new council, and I congratulate you on your commitment to public service, and I wish you a successful term. I have a PowerPoint presentation, Madam Mayor, if I could. I'd like to, unless you wanted to say anything to begin, I'd like to put it up on the screen to share.
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Please let me know if it's up on there. It should say the role of the councillor, my name, Town of Orangeville, and today's date.
Yes, we can see that. Thank you.
Wow, terrific. So, Madam Mayor, I have a presentation prepared. I think Carolina's been very kind and said, you know, you can have, I don't know, a couple of hours or so. I think my actual presentation might be, you know, a little less than an hour and a half. But I really wanted to leave some time for questions. And Madam Mayor, I'm in your hands. I'm happy to take questions throughout. I'm also happy if you would prefer, you know, in case you have time constraints, to maybe leave them to the end where they may be a bit more manageable, but I don't mind having them throughout. So whatever you would prefer.
Thank you. If there's a time in your presentation where perhaps there's a good moment for pause, please go ahead and take questions at that time, and we will save time at the end for a question and answer as well.
Great. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. There actually is some definite breaks. And so I'll try to pause. I'll probably go on for maybe about 50 minutes on the first set of slides, and then I'll take a pause and people could ask questions. And as I said, I'm happy to hang around, but I don't know what your time constraints are. I'm happy to answer questions all day if you need to. So I'm talking about the role of municipal councillor. So I have a couple of slides for introductory purposes. And this is just to sort of set themes for what I'd like to cover in today's presentation. So without further ado, my first slide is from a case from 2000 from the Supreme Court of Canada. For your purposes, the case facts are not terribly important, okay? But I did read the case, and so I'll tell you about it. Pacific National Investments and the City of Victoria found themselves at the Supreme Court of Canada on a question of, could council agree to zone lands by a contract? Could they agree with Pacific National Investments to agree to zone lands? And the question was, the answer to that was, well, no, that's fettering council's discretion. Council can only do what it's authorized to do, and it can't fetter its discretion if it has a right to pass a zoning bylaw. So the problem is that Pacific National Investments had entered into an agreement, and it had provided certain services and had done certain works. It would have liked to have received restitution from the municipality, and that's why it went to the Supreme Court of Canada. Trivia for any of you legal trivia buffs, what happened is they went to Supreme Court of Canada, and then they went back 2 years later, same parties, same fact situations, but a different issue. I cannot recall another Supreme Court matter that did that. So it's kind of fascinating in those terms. But I only bring it up because I love the quotation from Justice LaBelle. Municipal governments are democratic institutions through which the people of a community embark upon and structure a life together. Now, when do you ever get that kind of evocation of what a municipality is? I think sometimes the courts are a great source. And I mean, I used to quote this in my law school class, and I always used to almost stop it at the end of the first phrase. Municipal governments are democratic institutions. True, that's what they are. They're democratically elected body, right? The council that runs the municipal government, right? But it's the second part that's a fascinating reference here, which is through which the people of a community embark upon and structure a life together. Isn't that just a beautiful sentiment for what a municipality is? And of course, if you look at it, it was stated at paragraph 3 of the decision. So you probably know that they're setting the groundwork for where the decision is going. Anyway, I think it's a beautiful statement, and I often say this to my students. What do you think a municipality is? And many of them don't know. It just fit into their time schedule, so that's why they took the course. But some of them will reach out and they'll say, "Well, there's a mayor." I go, "Yes." And they go, and they provide services like waste collection and rec services, and they clean the streets. And I go, exactly. Then someone, some smart aleck will chime in with, and they charge you, real property taxes. And I go, exactly. I go, so what do you think that means? And sometimes they go, well, it provides services. And I go, yeah, I think a municipality does a lot more than that. And I have to believe in your hearts, you probably feel the exact same way. If it was just a pure service provider and providing services to the public at the lowest cost to the taxpayer, you could say, well, I don't know, maybe a monkey could run this place. But, isn't it your social, your cultural, your political center of the community? And I think that's probably why a lot of you ran for office. And that's, you'll be asked to make decisions on just that very case. My next quote is not from a case, but it's from Mr. Rogers, The Law of Canadian Municipal Corporation. Ian McPhee Rogers was a well-known municipal lawyer, and he wrote this absolutely wonderful encyclopedic work called The Law of Canadian Municipal Corporations. The first edition was 1959. He updated it significantly for the second edition in it was early 1970s, and then it's been updated continuously since. He wrote, and again, just think about it in terms of what I'll be telling you today. While serving on the council, members are under a duty to act in the best interest of the corporation and the citizens they represent. So Mr. Rogers didn't just form this. This he had gotten from his readings and from looking at a number of judicial decisions. So what's interesting here is, of course, he talks about the best interest of the corporation. Because why? Well, it's in the title of his work, Canadian Municipal Corporations. A municipality is, at law, a form of corporation. No, it is not a business corporation. No, it doesn't have letters patent, and it doesn't have articles of incorporation. As you probably know, a municipality is created by statute. It's created by the provincial government. We can talk about that. I have a couple of things to say about that. So you have to act in the best interest of the corporation and the citizens they represent. Two concepts that also you're acting for. The citizens or the corporation? Actually, it's both, really. It really is. Because if you look up the definition of municipality in Section 1 of the Municipal Act, it says a municipality is a geographic area whose inhabitants are incorporated. That's what it is. So the corporation is the inhabitants, right? Council, let's go to council. You've all been elected to sit on this legislative assembly body, right? And what is council? Well, I pulled this quote. This is not the most important case ever in the canon of jurisprudence, but I like how it says things, and it says it, I think, really succinctly and well. The University Village Guelph versus the City of Guelph. In Ontario, the decision-making powers of municipalities is given to the municipal council, and it is to exercise those powers by bylaw. What the case is saying, what the judge is saying in this particular case is, well, the decision maker for a municipal corporation is, of course, the council, the duly elected council. It is the vehicle through which the decisions are made, and it exercises those powers by bylaw. Where did it get that from? Well, there are two provisions, and you'll see them in just a moment. Sections 5.1 and 5.3 of the Municipal Act. Right up front, 5.1, the council is the authority and decision maker for the municipality. And 2, the powers of a council shall be exercised by bylaw unless otherwise specified. So that's the first sentence. The second sentence is also very important. The council is the general agent of the corporation and for all purposes and is the means whereby the municipality may bind itself to a course of action. Well, what does that mean? Well, again, the municipality is this entity. The council is the body that which makes decisions, and it is only council that can effectively, at law, bind the corporation. Now, for a moment, Madam Mayor and members of council, I'm going to get a little technical on you, but I'll explain it. Okay, in a business corporation, there is this concept of law, and it's enshrined in both the Ontario Business Corporations Act and the Canada Business Corporations Act. And it says essentially this: if a person holds themselves out as having ostensible authority, and that person is an officer or director of a corporation, that person's statements or actions may bind the corporation. Okay, that is called the indoor management rule. Let me tell you that in the municipal context, for municipal corporations, the indoor management rule does not apply. The Supreme Court of Canada said that, and a number of appellate decisions said that. So that's why I wanted to put this in front of you to say the general agent through which the municipality may be bound at law is the council. Okay, the council is, for all intents and purposes, the decision maker for the municipality. Well, I've said that. So what does council do? It exercises a number of powers and authorities. It has a number of powers and authorities. Executive powers. Well, that's when you can decide to pass policies, implement protocols, make guidelines, implement programs for the entire municipality, where the municipality can be governed. 2, you can pass legislation. So you have a legislative capacity. Think of bylaws. A zoning bylaw under Section 34. Unless the provincial government's come down today and told you that you can't do that, well, it might be tomorrow. You can pass a zoning bylaw under Section 34. You can pass a site plan control bylaw today under Section 41. Then there's provisions under the Municipal Act where you can pass a site alteration bylaw, for instance, a special events bylaw. Bylaws regulating how your highways and streets are governed, what sort of speed limits and things like that. That's your legislative capacity. And you also have quasi-judicial powers and functions. Now, you might say, we do? Yes, you do. In certain instances, you as a council will sit as a form of tribunal, and you will actually be asked to make decisions in an adjudicative capacity. And important because you may have different rules that apply on how you may deal with them, depending on the context in what decision-making authority you're exercising. So I said before, one of the most important sections of the Municipal Act is Section 5. The powers of the municipality shall be exercised by its council, and the powers shall be exercised by bylaw unless otherwise specifically authorized. Right now, I think I counted it last time I was doing it, about 36 separate instances just in the Municipal Act where council doesn't have to pass a bylaw. It can pass a resolution or provide an approval. What's the role of council? Well, the role of council is actually set out right in the Municipal Act. It sets out in Section 224, and I've got it on the screen, and I'm not going to spend an undue amount of time because you can read that, but you're not going to actually understand really what the council really does. It handles all those things fine. They're sort of almost in nature motherhood statements, right? So this case from Cadillac Development Corp in the city of Toronto from way back in 1973, almost 50 years ago. Under the democratic process of a municipal council, the elected representatives are expected to form views as to matters of public policy affecting the municipality. And indeed, they will have been elected in order to give effect to those public views that they form as to important policies to be effected in the municipality. This says that you're representatives and you are to proffer and bring forward the public view. That's what you are required. That's what you're authorized to do as a member of council, right? Now, I'm going to switch and talk about the head of council for just a moment. The head of council, Mayor Post, you're recently elected. You're a former councilor. You've ascended now to the head of council, so I'm going to talk a little bit about it. The head of council's been in the news recently, and I'll talk a little bit about that. So what is the head of council? Well, it's specified. It's right in the Municipal Act. Again, the role is specifically identified. The mayor presides over meetings like you're doing today, Your Worship. You're presiding over the meeting. You have to make sure that the meeting runs effectively, efficiently, that business is taken care of, that people act with decorum. You have one executive function. You have others, but one is you can expel people. You have the power of expulsion if someone doesn't act appropriately and it's impacting the council. You provide leadership to the council. You are the leader of your municipality, right? You are the spokesperson generally for most things at the municipality. Oh, sure. Other people may at times speak. The CAO at certain times speak, and certain staff members may speak, especially on technical matters. But in general, most of the communications, the leading communications come from the leader of the municipality, which is the head of council. And you do other things. You represent the municipality. Notice the first bullet there. You act as the chief executive officer of the municipality. Now, what the heck does that mean? Well, it's actually set out in the Municipal Act in a section that was added to the Municipal Act by Bill 130, 226.1 was added. And it says, here is what the head of council as the CEO of the municipality means. Bet you some of you are looking at it and they go, that's not what I thought a CEO actually did. Well, you would be right. And my view is the concept and the actual language of the head of council being the CEO is a real misnomer. I don't know who thought of that boneheaded comment, but that was a kind of silly moniker. This was considered in a judicial inquiry in Collingwood. Judicial inquiry, you probably have heard of the public inquiry currently going on in Ottawa on the Emergencies Act and the use of that for the Freedom Convoy. A judicial inquiry is something very much akin to that, but it's what a municipality can ask for under Section 274. Collingwood was very concerned about the actions of its former mayor, its deputy mayor, and its CAO/CEO of the Power Corporation, and the mayor's brother. Yeah, it was a tangled tale. That led to a judicial inquiry, which cost many millions of dollars for the town of Collingwood because it was looking at systemic bad government and bad governance at the town of Collingwood. And Justice Morocco presided as the judicial inquiry officer, as the commissioner. And he wrote, the roles and responsibilities of a head of council differ from those of a corporate chief executive officer in a meaningful way. The head of council does not have the same powers as the CEO of a corporation. More specifically, unlike a corporate CEO, the head of council does not have the power to commit the municipality to anything unilaterally. And that is a very, very important concept. The head of council, we've had it here in Ontario, throughout all of Canada, since pre-Confederation. We've had the weak mayor system. That's the system of local governance where we have a leader who is the mayor, sometimes a reeve, sometimes the chair of Dufferin County, for instance, or the warden, and the head of council typically is the leader, but has only one vote on council. And while they may have some executive functions, they don't have typically the executive functions to overrule the rest of council. Okay, so the rule is the mayor is just like everyone else, except, wow, all of a sudden the provincial government, unbeknownst to anyone, without consultation, which by the way is mandated by Section 3 of the Municipal Act. There is a memorandum of understanding with AMO, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, where the province will consult with municipalities before introducing legislation. This government does not do that. Okay. So what happened here? Sometime in the summer, Premier Ford's government got it into its head that, wow, municipalities don't function very well. We need to get our action plan for the supply of housing move forward. You know, municipal councils, they just spend a lot of time debating and talking about things, going around in circles. They don't really make a lot of decisions a lot of times. And so, you know what? Hey, why don't we give mayors strong mayor powers, centralized executive powers? Okay, had not been done in Canada since pre-Confederation. This is not the local system of democracy that had been set up for local governments anywhere in Canada. So this is quite revolutionary what the province is doing. So what does the Strong Mayors Building Homes 2022 Act do? It's legislation now, and it's now in force. It's been proclaimed in force. Okay. What does it do? Well, initially it was for the mayors of the city of Toronto and Ottawa. Those mayors would have strong mayor powers. Okay. It was given to those two municipalities, by the way, and this is in the Hanser debates at Queen's Park. The reasons why? Well, we need more housing in the province. We have a lot of immigration. We need workers, and we need people to be housed. So we need more affordable housing. Okay, no problem. I think people understand that. Okay, where is it needed? Well, primarily in Ottawa and Toronto, two immigration centers for people, and you really are in dire need, especially of affordable housing. So those two municipalities really need it. Those two municipalities seem to take too long in the views of the provincial government to make decisions. So they're shovel ready. Let's get going. So let's give the mayor certain centralized powers. So what are those? Well, the powers of a CAO. Right now, by statute, and I'll get to this in just a moment, it is the CAO of your municipality that deals with the efficient and effective management of the operations and administration of the municipality. It's specified in Section 229 of the Municipal Act. That is the role of the CAO. Well, in Toronto and Ottawa, all of a sudden, the mayor will have this power. The mayor will be able to give specific directions to staff to carry out the mayor's wishes. The mayor will be developing the organizational structure for the municipality. And then finally, the mayor will also have to bring forward and prepare the municipal budget. All things that hadn't been something that the mayor would do. And in fact, in one case, the CAO was responsible for doing that. The thing that you may have heard about more often than probably not was, of course, the veto powers that have been given to mayors. And this applies, interestingly enough, where a mayor can veto a decision that council has made, which is a hallmark of the strong mayor system. And there's very well-known ones, New York, San Francisco, Los Angeles, and primarily Chicago. You'll hear that Premier Ford speaks about Chicago, and especially the strong mayors there. Mayor Daley, very forcefully. the mayor may be entitled to veto the decisions of council if the province says that it deals with a matter related to prescribed provincial priorities. To date, there are two. First one is housing, and the second one is infrastructure related to housing. And if any of you are going, what does that exclude? I go, yeah, it doesn't exclude much. It could be quite a lot. So those are the two provincial priorities. Well, initially was said, we're only going to give it to Toronto and Ottawa for those two reasons that I stated. Then it became, you know what? At AMO, the mayor said, it may be a bad idea to give it to some other mayors, maybe sometime in the future. Then on October 17, just 2 months later, they will be given to other mayors in municipalities that are large municipalities. What are those? We're not really sure. AMO seems to think that they are single-tier municipalities, population over 100,000. So not the town of Orangeville, not the town of Orangeville today. And then just last week on November 16th, what do you have? Bill 39. The veto power, because council could veto the mayor's veto by a 2/3 vote. Now there's been an addition there for matters of provincial priority. The mayor can dictate a matter will be on the agenda. The mayor can make a decision now to pass something, amend a bylaw, and all the mayor will need is 1/3 of council support. An extraordinary eradication of the local government system that's been in place in Canada since pre-Confederation. I find this incredible what's happening. I don't know how you feel about it, but I'm thinking as locally elected democratic representatives of your municipality, you would probably be very concerned with what the province is doing, right? Pretty soon, we're not going to have 444 councils. We're going to have 444 mayors who will run it. I mean, what's the point of having council? I'm sorry to be so dire. I'm not really pleased with the legislation. I did an interview over lunch and people are already tweeting me going, did you really say that? Yes, I did. Members of council, let's just switch. Let's have fun again. Members of council. So interestingly enough, I showed you the role of council is set out in the Municipal Act. The role of the head of council set out. I'll also show you that a number of other roles of various players, participants in local democracy are set out. You know what? There is no specification of what the role of an individual member of council is in the Municipal Act. Well, Justice Morocco considered this in the Collingwood Judicial Inquiry, and recommendation number 7 is that the province of Ontario should amend the Municipal Act to define the roles and responsibilities of individual council members. It should be made clear that only council as a whole, not a single council member, has the authority to direct staff to carry out a particular function or act on any matter unless it's specifically authorized by council. The Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing provides a really great service. For those members who are new, and if you did not look at this, I would really, really recommend it. There are lots of sources that you can go to, but a lot of them are pretty thick. This is a really good readable source. Notice that there's no page reference because it used to be a printable version. There isn't now. It's only online. So I don't know what page this comes from. But the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing publishes this Municipal Councillor's Guide, which is, I think, very useful. And here's what it says about the role of the councillor. As a councillor, you have 3 main roles to play in your municipality. A representative role. Remember, I just showed you the reference from the Development Corporation versus the City of Toronto case. Okay, you have a representative function. You act as a representative of the ratepayers. You're a policymaker. Your political decisions and create policy for the governance of the municipality. And you're a steward. Now, people would say that's a funny word. Why would you bring in the concept of stewardship? I think you'll see in a couple of other slides, I think it's there to bring to light that, you are responsible for the public funds that are being expended by your municipality, right? Because you have that obligation. And you'll see that in a couple of future slides, I'll talk about your role as a fiduciary and sometimes as a trustee. I think they're all trying to get to the exact same thing. The municipal affairs says these roles often overlap. Absolutely true. And you will be called upon to make decisions that are complex and controversial. Look at this last line. I find this really, really telling. Many of those decisions will have long-term consequences for your municipality that extend beyond your 4-year term of office and should be made in the context of your municipality's plans for the long-term health and welfare of your community. So again, speaking about your community, health, welfare, two concepts that have been enshrined in the Municipal Act since, 1849 in the Baldwin Act, right? And what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to make decisions based on long-term horizons. And yet, you're elected representatives. And there will be times, I assure you, during your term of office, you will be looking at the 4-year horizon because that's the next election. You may be tempted to make decisions based on a 4-year election cycle. That's not the way you're supposed to be making your decisions. You're supposed to be looking at them long term. Okay. Now, what's inherent in the quote, but unsaid, is your staff are not there only for a 4-year term. Staff continue. Staff are there for the same reasons you are. They are there to look after the best interests of the municipality. Staff will not be looking at things on a 4-year horizon. Oh, they will be cognizant of it. They will be told about it. They will get all sorts of indications about it. But they are looking at things long term, what your official plan says, what your strategic plan says. So sometimes you will see that there is a misalignment because sometimes council members may be tempted to look at things on a 4-year cycle. Staff typically are not, and sometimes they don't align. There's a bit of tension there. Okay, I just needed to point that out. The members of council are trustees of the public interest. This is, again, the reference to stewardship, and you'll see a reference soon to come on fiduciary. Look at what this slide, though, says. Members of council must also respect the need for a neutral and impartial public service, which gives its best advice based on the merits of the question before it. When this respect is lacking, staff's work risks becoming politicized, right? And staff are in danger of failing to fulfill their obligations to the public. Really telling remark. So when I was showing you the strong mayor powers, right? And it says the mayors really will have the job of the CAO, right? Why do you need a CAO? CAO is supposed to be neutral and impartial. You're just going to have a chief of staff in a strong mayor system, and the chief of staff's decisions are long-term consequences, or are they politicized decisions? I would submit to you that they are the latter, and that's why I fear for this legislation, and I fear that it is a slippery slope. And I think it's just a little wedge in the door opening, and I don't like it. I don't think it's appropriate, and I don't think it's well thought out. Again, council as a whole is the directing mind of the municipality, not an individual member of council. The last line, council members must not seek to wield that power, the power of council, unilaterally. First of all, you can't, but don't even seek it, or away from the council chamber. George Rusty, a very famous, very well-known municipal lawyer, in his handbook for municipal councillors, it's on my shelf. I was just about to point behind me, but then I realized I'm at my home office, not my office. Members of council have no authority as individuals to take action on behalf of municipal corporations, except in conjunction with other members constituting a quorum of council, or unless specifically authorized by the statute or by a bylaw of the municipality to do otherwise. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about the distinction between the roles of council and staff. George Cuff wrote that the roles of council members and the administration, legally and practically, are separate. The purpose of council is to govern and lead the community from the perspective of locally elected politicians, right? And the role of the administration is to do what? To help council get to where it wants to go, to fulfill council's requirements, but doing so with an eye always to what is the best interest of the municipality. You will be, and you are, fiduciaries. A member of council stands as a trustee for the local community. Elected official stands in a fiduciary relationship with the electorate. Both of those are absolutely true statements, because you represent the inhabitants of your municipality, which are incorporated as a municipal corporation. You have fiduciary duties. You may ask, well, what is a fiduciary? Okay, I'll define it like this. What is a trustee? A trustee is a person or an entity that looks after somebody or something as if they were that person or that thing was their own. That's an incredibly high onus and standard that's placed upon you as members of council to discharge your obligations to your municipality. Now, I wanted to just mention liability. Many council members say to me, well, can I be liable? Like, you keep talking about best interest. It's sort of an ephemeral concept. What is best interest, right? Well, there's no definition in the Municipal Act, but it's used numerous times, typically in the form of public interest. It talks about the public interest. Well, what that is ultimately, it's what council, by a majority vote, decides it is, right? The majority of council typically rules the day, typically a simple majority, right? So you make decisions. What happens if someone brings an action against you, right? They want to claim damages against you. Well, there's an immunity provision in the Municipal Act baked right into section 448. No proceeding for damages shall be commenced against the member of council or an officer, agent, or employee, provided that person acts in good faith. The test is here. Did you act in good faith? If you did, you're immune. Someone can't bring an action. It doesn't mean that they won't. It just means that it'll probably be statute barred and won't be able to go ahead. Your municipality, I'm sure, and I can't advise you because I don't know, but I'm sure your CAO, your clerk, can advise you. The municipality has insurance to cover you, to ensure that if someone brings claims against you, that you will have a policy that covers you for a number of things. But at law, you're immune if you act in good faith. However, there is sometimes liability beyond just that immunity. And I wanted to point out that in the Safe Water Drinking Act, a person, that means a person who is overseeing a water system, may, if they don't act appropriately, make bad decisions, may be held liable under the Safe Water Drinking Act. So again, you may have insurance to cover this. I don't mean to alarm anyone, just wanted to bring your attention to the general immunity and then liability. There may be liability attendant in some other statutes, but this is probably the most well-known and notorious one. So, of course, where did this come from? Well, the Walkerton inquiry, right? And what happened in Walkerton many years ago. Okay, I'm going to just pivot a little bit, and I haven't quite finished the first part, so I'm just going to talk to you about council members who have dual or multiple roles. Okay, now this is important because I just finished the last half an hour that I've been talking to you about how I've implored you to make decisions in the best interest of your municipality, right? So what happens though when you're making decisions and you may have another hat on? So first, let's talk about this. A council member in a dual role or a multiple role. So a member of council may, by virtue of their office, occupy a seat on another council. This happens in a two-tier structure, which you probably know the town of Orangeville finds itself in, right? The town of Orangeville is a constituent municipality in the county of Dufferin, right? A member may be an ex officio member of the county council because of their elected office. At Dufferin County Council, there's 14 members, and they comprise the mayor and the deputy mayor of the 6 lower tiers or tier municipalities that make up the county of Dufferin, right? And the mayor of 2 other municipalities. So 2 municipalities don't have 2 representatives; they only have 1. The town of Orangeville has multiple representatives. Okay, so that's one way where you may be a council member and you may have a different role because you sit on county council. Your deputy mayor and mayor sit on county council. You may, though, as a member of council, also be appointed by your own council to be a member of another board. This is not unusual. This is very common. You may be appointed as a member, the representative of your municipality, to sit on another body, some agency, board, committee, commission. For instance, the Committee of Adjustment, the Conservation Authority, Property Standards Committee, and I've got a couple of other ones there. You may be an appointee to those other bodies, or you may be appointed to a board of directors of a corporation, because municipalities under Section 203 of the Municipal Act are entitled to incorporate municipal service corporations. And under Section, I think, 148 of the Electricity Act, you're able to create a electricity, hydroelectric corporation. Okay, you may be appointed by your council to sit as the town of Orangeville's representative on any of those boards. You also may, in a third capacity, you may be a member of another body in your personal capacity, not as an appointee of council. You may be a member of a nonprofit organization, a charitable foundation, or some sort of community association. In that case, you have to be very mindful of your obligations under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, because there is an indirect pecuniary interest under Section 2, and that's imputed to you if you fall within the scope of that. And I'll talk about that in just a moment. So, if you're a member of another body and you're a member of council, question comes up: to whom do you owe your duty of loyalty? Right? Here's the answer. The general rule is your primary obligation to discharge your obligations in good faith, honestly, and with the best interest in mind is of the body on which you're sitting on when you're asked to make a decision or to take a certain action. You may be council's appointee as a member of this other body. You may be, because of your elected office, a member of Dufferin County Council. But you don't make decisions on those bodies merely based on what the wishes, desires, or sometimes the demands of what your municipality wants you to do, what your own council wants you to do. That's the law. So I'm going to talk about first 2-tier structures. And oh my, the leading case is the town of Orangeville versus the county of Dufferin. I don't know if any of you were around when this matter went to court. It was a very interesting decision, very interesting matter. The County of Dufferin attempted to do this, attempted to say, well, the members of the representatives on county council from Orangeville shouldn't be taking part in this discussion. In a discussion, I think it dealt with the old rail yard and the sale of the lands there, and said they shouldn't be on this because the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act says if they're a member of a body, then they have a problem because the interest of the body is imputed to be their interest. Well, the court said, you know what? You're absolutely right. They are a member of another body. However, the act just doesn't work like that because you have to read it in conjunction with how the Municipal Act functions. And the Municipal Act says there are 2 tiers, and it would be completely nuts if the act said allowed 2 tiers and said they can be elected in this way. The County of Dufferin Act sets it up, and you have certain representations on Dufferin County from the local tiers. It was set up in that way, and then everyone would be ousted from dealing with their own municipality, even though they are a county councillor. The court said it just doesn't work that way. But it said this: those members of Orangeville Council who are sitting on county council, they have to consider not the interests of Orangeville, they have to consider the interests of all the residents of the County of Dufferin. So that's the rule when you come to 2-tier structures and you're a representative on both the lower tier and the upper tier. The next one I want to bring up, and I've quoted a lengthy quote, but I think it's necessary. It talks about a member of council who has been appointed to a local board. So I'll be very clear. This case deals with local boards, but I believe its ruling and its ratio apply more broadly, and it applies to all of those things that I said you could be appointed to: a committee, a tribunal, another board, not just necessarily a local board. In this case, the matter dealt with 3 commissioners on the Toronto Harbour Commission. That's what THC stands for. So I'll just read it to you. The applicants, being the members who are the city appointees to the Toronto Harbour Commissioners, they believe they are acting in the best interest of the Harbour Commissioner. It would appear that Mayor June Rowlands believes that the city appointed commissioners should act in a way representing the city, the interests of the city. If she believes that the 3 city-appointed commissioners are agents of the city, she is in error. The responsibility does not extend only to the city, but to the federal government, which is a party to the Toronto Harbour Commission, and the public generally. The main part of the quote in bold: the members thereof must act in the best interest of the Harbour Commission, regardless of who appointed them, even if that interest is contrary to the wishes of those who appointed them. Well said. That is the rule there. Now, does this leave a local council without a remedy? No, it doesn't. Because why? You appoint someone to be on a board or committee, typically because the person would like to be on that committee, and typically because you think that they will somehow, advance the views, the interest of the council. But if they don't, you can't direct them to do so. But if they don't, you can replace them. That's not a problem. That happens often. Now, if you're looking and you're going, well, hold on, we've appointed these members for the term of council. Where does it say we can revoke them? And you'll probably look in the Municipal Act. And if you do, you're going to be very frustrated because it's not there. Have a look at the Legislation Act 2006. It says any person who has been appointed, or any person who has the authority to appoint, has the authority to revoke or rescind or amend the appointment at any time. So it's actually in the Legislation Act. So council, the local council would have some authority to rectify the situation by just replacing the member. Finally, oh, not finally, the next one. What if you're an appointee to a municipal corporation? Again, a municipal service corporation, electricity distribution company, right? The business corporations under which those companies are incorporated, it says every director or officer of a corporation in exercising his or her powers and discharging them to the corporation shall, the rule is, act honestly and in good faith with a view to the best interest of the corporation. So what I've been trying to tell you in these 3 examples is when you wear a different hat, you may be on the Conservation Authority, you may be on, I'm not even sure what other committee. When you're sitting on the other body, you have a responsibility and duty that's owed to the other body, not necessarily and strictly only to what your council may want you to do, whether you're on a 2-tier structure or you're an appointee. Okay, that's a really important concept. The last one I want to talk about is, again, a person who is a lay member of another body. So you're not a member by virtue of a council appointment. You have to be really mindful, and you have to read the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. There is a provision in there, and it talks about an indirect pecuniary interest. For those of you that don't know, a pecuniary interest, it just means a financial interest. It's an archaic word. That's what's used in the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. By the way, this is a really broad topic. I teach a whole unit on it at law school. I often speak and lecture on it. If you would ever like some views on the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, I'd be happy to come back. It's a really important thing for you to know. So, for the purposes of the Act, a member is imputed to have an indirect financial interest if they are a member of a body that has a pecuniary interest. Now, the term body is not defined in the Municipal Act, but the Orangeville and Dufferin case said it is to be given its broadest possible interpretation and application, given that it seeks to control and regulate the actions and the ethical conduct of members. So here's the rule. If you are a member of the Lions Club, the Boys and Girls Club, the Rotary Club, a community association, a nonprofit, charitable foundation, your church, your temple, your synagogue, your mosque, if you're a member, any of those, it's a societal, social interest, maybe cultural, that you're involved with, right? If that body has something in front of council that has a financial interest to it, for instance, the common one is they may be coming in front of council for a grant. Please be aware that the interest of that body, the financial interest, is imputed to you, and you have an indirect interest. And that means you're not entitled to participate in the discussion, and you're not entitled to vote, and you're not entitled to attempt to influence the vote in any way, and you have to disclose it. That's under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. If you have any doubts about that, or you're uncertain, you have an integrity commissioner. Every municipality must have an integrity commissioner, and the integrity commissioner can give you specific advice based on your specific circumstances. You can get advice on that, okay? Madam Mayor, I finished the first part of the talk, and what I was going to do next is to talk about what I've presented on now, but to give you some specific instances where there may be involvement of members of council and things that they need to be aware of under certain broad matters. So I've come to sort of like the end, and I'm about to go to the next phase. I'd be pleased to take any questions if anyone has them at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Askren. I will turn it over to council. Does anybody have any questions so far? Deputy Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your presentation so far. It's very interesting, John. I appreciate this. The conflict piece that you mentioned, so two questions if I could. The conflict piece that you mentioned, in our group as counselors, most of us are affiliated with other groups within the community. So you're, a member of a service club or whatnot. Such club comes to council asking for money for certain events. To me, you're not benefiting yourself financially, but I'm confused just by the way you frame that up. Does that mean that we're in conflict and should excuse ourselves?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Taylor. By the way, Councillor Taylor, Rob Adams says hello. I spoke to him this morning, and I'm going to his council next week.
Very good.
Just the answer is, I think you've said it directly. The indirect interest means that if the body on which you're a member, a community association, all the things that you mentioned, if they come before council, you may not yourself profit in any way, but the body may profit or may have some financial interest, and therefore you are imputed to have an indirect interest, even though you may not benefit financially in any way, and you have to remove yourself. The reason being, I think the policy underlying the indirect interest under Section 2 of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act is, and by the way, there are a number of other, and I'll just quickly state them. There are 6 types of indirect interest. One is a partnership interest, one is an employment interest, and the other 3 are all corporate interests. If you find that you have any of those interests, or you're a member of a body, then you have to declare your pecuniary interest because you're deemed or imputed to have an indirect interest. And I think the evil that the legislation is seeking to control there is, if your employer were to come in front of council asking for something for itself, a contract with the municipality, your employer may benefit. You may not immediately have any kind of sharing or equity interest, but your employer will benefit. And I think most people would say, well, you'd probably be more in favor of trying to do something that would benefit your employer. So those interests are there to protect that evil. So to answer your question just very directly, you do have to declare a pecuniary interest, and you have to recuse yourself from participating in the decision-making process if you're a member of any of those bodies.
Deputy Mayor Taylor, do you have additional questions?
I do, if I could, just one other one, if I may, or maybe 2, if it's appropriate. The whole piece about 448 immunity, and I guess it's more about, how do you use the insurance system if you've done something that may be untowards? How do you know if you can even get access to that insurance if you are potentially involved in some sort of legal situation? So the piece would be is, if you're acting for the municipality, and for whatever reason the municipality or a board says you're outside of the lines, you're going to be sued by whomever. How do you know if you qualify for that, or if you're on your own in terms of funding? I've always found that very gray to, and been very careful, because I don't want to find myself in that situation. But there is insurance, but it's gray about what's covered with that.
Right.
Makes sense?
Yes, it clearly does. Through you, Madam Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor. You know what? It isn't that easy. It's not a simple answer. Just last term, I had to give, I must say, about maybe half a dozen opinions on a municipal indemnification bylaw and whether it actually indemnified the member of council for the actions that happened. Right, so it's not that clear, and so I understand your concern. and I'm not the best qualified person to answer this in the detail, because I don't know what your insurance is. I don't know what's covered, so I can't give you any specifics. But your CAO or your clerk, I think, would be the best people to contact if anyone says, I'm going to sue you. So they give you a letter saying, I'm going to sue you. Typically what they do, Deputy Mayor, you probably know this, they'll say, I'm suing you in your personal capacity. And then everyone gets really freaked out. They're going, but they're only contacting me because I'm the deputy mayor, right? Or the mayor or the councillor. So the best thing you do is immediately you give notice, you let someone know, or if you're served with something, you let someone know. Again, I don't know if you have a risk manager, but the clerk typically, or the CAO you speak to, and they can look into this. I'm assuming your municipality may even have an indemnification bylaw that says we will indemnify you, and it seeks to give some backbone to what Section 448 says of the Act. That's about the best that I could answer it right now.
Okay, may I ask one more? The last piece I would question you about is you mentioned the Integrity Commissioner. Are you going to go further into the Integrity Commissioner in your presentation, or is that?
I wasn't Deputy Mayor, but I mean, feel free to ask me. I am an Integrity Commissioner myself, and I represent a number of Integrity Commissioners. I don't know who yours is, but I'm happy to answer questions.
So I didn't realize you were an Integrity Commissioner, so I mean this with the utmost of respect, but in my experience, and I've never had an Integrity Commissioner complaint against me. However, I've seen things in my 4 years previously on council that I just found very disturbing, and it got to the point I thought, why do we even have this role? It doesn't feel like the finger's on the pulse, they're paying attention, and the proper rules are implemented for what I would call were issues that should have been dealt with. So I guess my frustration as I sit here now is I'm curious what would be a better system, or do we not have the right tools in place for Integrity Commissioners, or what is impeding what I think should be justice, and it doesn't seem to be served? It's one person's opinion, obviously, but it's very frustrating.
Yeah, and thank you for that, Deputy Mayor, Madam Mayor, through you. It's complex. So I'll give you the 30-second soundbite on this. I've been an Integrity Commissioner now for almost 10 years. I taught a course in municipal ethics, and one of my students became legal counsel to a municipality and just asked me, would you like to be the Integrity Commissioner? I became it for one municipality, then the neighboring municipality said, we'd like to have you too. And then it kind of went on. And then several years ago, as you know, the Bill 68 amendments mandated every municipality has to have a code of conduct Integrity Commissioner. I think the problem with the system is that there's just no teeth to it. I mean, what are the penalties? A slap on the wrist, which is a reprimand, or a suspension of pay for 90 days. I've had people laugh when I've recommended 90-day suspension of pay. They tell me, what do I care? And I mean, it's become a bit of a joke. I'm sure everyone has heard about the Rick Shirelli case in Ottawa. This is the disgraced former member of council, the longest standing member of the council of the city of Ottawa, who was acting in a completely depraved and degrading manner towards 3 of his executive assistants and 3 job applicants. The things that he was asking these young ladies to do makes me really mad. So I'm going to stop there. What could the Integrity Commissioner do? Shine a light on this. And everyone was saying he can't be removed from council. I think that's the problem. By the way, you probably know, Deputy Mayor Taylor, last term at the beginning of 2001, there was a huge consultation about what do we do with this? How do we put some teeth into the Integrity Commissioner Code of Conduct regime? Province did nothing with it. They just sat on it. Nothing's come out. There was a private members bill now 3 times trying to get additional powers for Integrity Commissioners, including one that says if the conduct is so egregiously bad, then the Integrity Commissioner should be able to apply to the court to have the member actually removed from council. So I think that's one of the problems with the system. The other one is, and maybe you might have been getting to this, is there's maybe not a lot of really great integrity commissioners. I say that with all due respect to all the very good ones out there. I represent a number of them, but there's some that just shouldn't be in that business.
Thank you for the questions, Deputy Mayor Taylor. And just to let you know, our clerk let us know that our integrity commissioner is coming to our council on December 12th. So if anybody has additional questions about the integrity commissioner system or to ours in particular, have them ready for the December 12th meeting. Was there any additional questions? Councillor Prendergast, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor. I have a question regarding the indirect pecuniary interests as they apply to boards appointed by council. So let's say, for example, you're on the library board and you have to act in the best interest of that board, and they are requesting an increase through our budgetary process. Would you need to declare an indirect pecuniary interest?
Councillor Pendergrass, congratulations to your election to council. You're new. The answer is there's a specific exemption, and I'm sorry, I was just leafing through to find it. It's in section H. It says the obligations of a member under section 5 and 5.2. That means the declaration, recusal, and then not trying to influence staff. Do not apply if you have a pecuniary interest by reason only of being a member of another board appointed by council. So there's an exception. So if you're a member of the Public Library Board, and the Public Library Board, of course, comes back to council for its estimates to be approved, you can vote on it. You don't have to declare pecuniary interest.
Thank you.
Was there any additional questions from any members? No, we're good. You can head on to your next session.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Hey, do you mind if I ask, who's your integrity commissioner?
Madam Clerk?
It's Charles Harnick from ADR Chambers.
Charlie, the former Attorney General for Ontario. I know Mr. Harnick very well. Very nice guy. Best of luck to you with him. He's an incredibly smart, conscientious fellow. So it's good for you. Madam Mayor, I'm going to now give you, I think, 4 or 5 scenarios of issues that you may find yourself in. There could be untold other ones, but you know, I'm not going to stay here all night. You have lots of other really important business to take care of. But I just thought I'd touch upon a few things that, at least in the last couple of terms of council, I've had to advise my municipal clients on. So I thought that they might be worthwhile mentioning to you. Now, some of these may not resonate as much with your municipality because maybe you haven't had these issues and maybe never will. But I hope that the illustration of some issues might just help you understand what the problems may be that council members sometimes have to face. So the first one is to talk about, in general, planning matters. So let's talk about the Committee of Adjustment. The Committee of Adjustment, as you know, is the body that grants or is entitled to hear matters for minor variances and sometimes for consents, right? By the way, one of my law school questions is, can a municipal council grant a minor variance? And everyone says, yes, of course they can, because council can pass bylaws and rezoning bylaws. In fact, they can't. Only a Committee of Adjustment can issue minor variances, and you have to set one up under Section 44 of the Planning Act. So the committee is established and appointed, the members are appointed by council. You may have already done that for all I know. It is an independent and arm's length body to council. Anyone that appears in front of the Committee of Adjustment, because it's in a hearing context, is entitled to receive procedural fairness. They're entitled to a fair hearing in accordance with the rules of natural justice. One of the components of the rules of natural justice is that the committee will operate with an appropriate degree of independence from council, as well as the municipal administration. What does that mean? It means that they make the decisions on their own. They do not make decisions only because council wants them to make a particular decision or that staff is telling them to make a decision. The Committee of Adjustment acts independently, and anyone coming to the Committee of Adjustment expects that. The committee, therefore, must be free from any kind of political interference, both in form as well as substance. So, what does this mean for you, council members? Well, council members, word staff there is, I think, a mistake. Maybe I was typing it somewhere else and it found its way in there. I'm sorry. Council members should not have discussions with members of Committee of Adjustments on any files. Why? You're the body, you're the people who appoint these people. So you shouldn't be discussing Committee of Adjustment files with them. Members of council should not appear before or make representations of any kind to the Committee of Adjustment in relation to any specific files. This includes in your personal capacity. And why do I say that? If you attend before the Committee of Adjustment in your personal capacity, everyone's going to know, including the members, because you're a member of this council that appointed them, that you're there, and you'll be Councillor X appearing before the Committee of Adjustment. You do have a role with respect to minor variances and other things that the Committee of Adjustment do. You may represent the public and advance what is the best interest of the town as it relates to matters of the Committee of Adjustment by making decisions and participating in debate on whether the town should take any formal position if a matter needs to be appealed, or if it is appealed, what position the town may take in support or in opposition if it goes to the Ontario Land Tribunal on an appeal. That's the input that members of council should make, not appearing before the committee and saying, I'm Councillor X, this is in my ward. That's completely wrong. Just think of the perception. You are the people who act as council to appoint that board. And if you show up and saying, I'm Councillor X, it brings that influence, and that's just completely inappropriate, and it might lead to allegations of bias. The Ontario Land Tribunal, it's the same thing. You have the ability to make decisions on things that may be appealed or that you would like to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal, planning matters. But it's completely inappropriate for you, after council has made a decision to approve to approve a rezoning, to approve a plan of subdivision, right, to appear at the Ontario Land Tribunal on an appeal to oppose council's position. That would be completely wrong. Council has made the decision. You are not to do that. I also say you shouldn't be a party or any kind of participant if there is a matter that council has dealt with and it goes in front of the OLT. That sends the wrong message and wrong perception. Members should even appear in their personal capacity or shouldn't be seen as openly supporting a resident or a business or community group, or on the other hand, going there and supporting the developer. That's wrong. Why? Because your influence should be exercised at council when you are able to make the decisions at council, not to go and use the influence of your office when a matter is at the Committee of Adjustment or in front of the OLT. Okay. People often ask me, council members often ask me, well, can I go just to watch the proceedings? And I say, yes, of course you can. But you know what's going to happen. You may have taken a very strong position on something, and you may show up there, and there may be a segment of the crowd in attendance who may be all gathering and asking you things and doing things, and you'll draw attention to yourself just by the mere fact that you're a member of council, right? It works the other way. You could be in favor of the developer. So how would the residents think, right? You may believe this is a really good development and you vote in support of it. You vote in support of that matter, right, at council. The developer gets what they want, but there is a community organization or an individual who appeals it. How would they feel if you show up and you're hobnobbing with the developer or making a kind of statement that I just think it's completely inappropriate. So I would seek to guard against that. Yes, you can attend and see what's going on, but it's very difficult not to draw attention to yourself as a member of council, because you always carry that representative role and that influence. Bylaw enforcement, this is a big one. There is a right for any member of council to express their views with respect to bylaw enforcement, and you can do so at the council table. However, in doing so, you have to respect that there is independence and discretion with respect to law enforcement officers as well as bylaw enforcement officers. Okay, this includes the independence of staff who may not be directly the bylaw enforcement officer staff, but the municipal staff when they are discharging their obligations and their duties to inspect, to investigate, and to carry out enforcement. Whether they do so on behalf of the municipality to enforce municipal bylaws or as delegates of provincial legislation that has downloaded the responsibilities onto them. Think of building inspectors under the building code. Very important. By virtue of you being a member of council, you do not have access to information that's confidential that the municipality has. By law enforcement officers, they will know who the complainant is. You cannot ask a bylaw enforcement officer to disclose the name of the complainant. Should he or she do so, that would constitute a privacy breach. That is personal information on a law enforcement matter that is not to be disclosed. You cannot get detailed information. Sure, if you want to know what's happening, there is nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with you asking. But please, please just be really careful in how you ask, because you're always asking as a member of council and you have a status and a standing, okay? Law enforcement officers have, and I've cited a couple of cases, both are Supreme Court of Canada decisions in the criminal context, the discretion to charge or not to charge in any particular case, to issue a ticket, or not to pursue or continue an investigation. That is, in a sense, prosecutorial discretion. Just because something may seem like a bylaw enforcement matter, and it may even be, but the bylaw enforcement officer or a law enforcement officer may look at it and may go, I have no reasonable prospect of conviction here. That's the test that they apply. They may say, I'm not pursuing it. You as a council member cannot weigh in and try to interfere with that prosecutorial discretion, whether it's to proceed with something or not to proceed with something. And you're going to get asked. You will get asked. You cannot interfere. You have to respect independence and the discretion of the bylaw enforcement officers and the staff related to that. You cannot at all interfere with the administration of justice. Okay, and I've got the slide there. Carolina can make them available to you afterwards. I'm not going to go on this, but very last point is, if you involve yourself with a matter, just be aware you could be summoned as a witness in a proceeding if you get yourself involved in it. You may get information and that may become pertinent, and you may be put in the very awkward position that you may be summoned and then cross-examined or examined and called to give testimony. So please just be careful about law enforcement and don't try to find out information that you have no entitlement to. I'm not saying at all that you cannot ask questions. Your residents may want to know. It may be a communal concern and you may want to know. But please be respectful and be very careful when you ask the questions. You don't want the bylaw enforcement officer to complain that you are using the influence of your office to try to get something. And just remember, you may seek to imply something or not, But how someone infers that is very different. You may go in with the honest intention of just asking, but sometimes the way someone asks something may lead someone to believe that they're actually being demanded to do something. It's not really a question. So please keep that in mind. Confidential information. Out of all the things that I probably speak about, confidential information is probably the leading thing. So let me run through it. What is confidential information in your context? There's two types. One is information that the disclosure of which is protected at law. So for instance, the Municipal Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act, the Personal Health Information Protection Act, and the PIPEDA, which is Personal Information Protection Electronic Disclosure Act. I think I got all those right. There are certain sections in there that protect certain information, okay, that can't be disclosed. There's also a type of information that seeks to safeguard and protect the interests of the municipality. And that is primarily, even though it might not be exclusively, closed meeting information, okay? It is so important, the area of confidential information is so important that it is one of the prescribed mandatory subject matters that needs to be addressed in a code of conduct, okay? And it's addressed in your code of conduct. You have one for council, local boards, and committees. And it says what I've got up on the screen. All informations, documents, deliberations received, reviewed, or taken in a closed session of council and its committees are confidential. Notice it says, except as otherwise directed by council, because council owns the information. Council can decide to disclose it, okay? Members shall not disclose or release in any way any confidential information acquired by virtue of their office. So this means not only confidential information at a closed meeting, but for instance, your CAO may provide you with information sent to every member of council and it's marked confidential. Your clerk may do so, your solicitor may do so, other people in your municipality may do so, may send you things marked confidential. That is confidential. Confidential information that you're not allowed to disclose. And you cannot permit anyone else to have access to the information that's confidential. These are not atypical provisions of a code of conduct. They are pretty much standard. Sometimes there's not three of them. It just says you cannot in any way release, distribute, disseminate in whole or in part anything that's confidential. And then the definition of confidential information is typically very broadly stated, but includes closed meeting information, right? Oh, here it is. You've got the term defined in your bylaw, but it's only an illustrative list. It's not a definitive closed list, okay? You cannot also use the confidential information for personal or private gain, and you shall not attempt to gain access to confidential information. Now, someone asked me this afternoon, I was doing another session, they said, so I'm a new council member, and I'd like to know, because it's important to me, what council considered in a closed session at this meeting last term. Can I get it? And I said, you may be able to get it if council discloses it and says, yeah, you can have it. Otherwise, that confidential information is confidential to the people who received it at that particular time. Okay? Council can decide that they want to or that they will allow the person to look at it. And sometimes there may be very good reasons. There may be reasons why you may have a matter coming up at council that may relate to a matter that came before. But council has to make the decision to disclose that. An individual member of council has no authority to go to your clerk and say, you know, last March the 24th, there was a confidential matter. I think it relates to this. I'd really like to see it. She has no authority to release that to you. And yes, you're a council member today, and you're entitled to confidential information today, but not the confidential information that's under a cone of silence, a shroud of secrecy from March the 24th of earlier this year. So how important is this? Well, there is a really interesting case that just came out from the city of Orillia. A year ago, there was a council member, his name is Jay Follis. He's a council member in Orillia. He was at a closed session of council, and what he received was confidential briefing from their lawyer, from the in-house city lawyer, on something that had been long-standing matter at the municipality, and I think it had to do with something with waterfront development. Okay. What happened is Councillor Follis heard the solicitor, did not agree with what the solicitor said, and said, I don't agree. I'd like to get a second opinion. The other council members, I think, discussed it and said, no, we're good. We're good with our solicitor's opinion. We trust him. We value his opinion. We don't need a second opinion. Councillor Follis was not too happy about that. And he decided on his own, unilaterally, to get a second opinion. Remember that in camera, he had asked council, let's get a second opinion. What did council do? Said no. The will of council was to not get a second opinion. Councillor Follis decides to get a second opinion. He goes to a lawyer. Surprise, surprise. 2 weeks later, there's a confidential in-camera meeting. And he walks in and says, I got an opinion from my lawyer. It doesn't agree with our lawyer. No kidding. Well, but I think before that, the council's members were probably flabbergasted going, how did you get a second opinion? Because in order to get a second opinion, you had to tell someone. He said, yeah, I disclosed confidential information to my lawyer. How else would he give me an opinion? Well, what happened? Complaint filed. Complaint filed to the Integrity Commissioner. A report done, and here it is. Principals Integrity issued the report, and they said maintaining confidentiality around closed session documents and information is the cardinal rule. And they felt that this was a very significant transgression and decided that it was subject to a significant monetary penalty. I'm sorry, I can't remember how much, but it might have been 45-day suspension of pay. It might have been 90, I can't remember. The council agreed and imposed that penalty on Councillor Follis. Story isn't over yet. Councillor Follis decides to go to court, brings a judicial review application to court. The court said, you know what? We agree with the Integrity Commissioner. The Integrity Commissioner said, followed the rules. The rules were, you can't disclose to anyone. Why did you think it was appropriate to disclose it to a lawyer? Just because there's solicitor-client privilege attached? Confidentiality means you can't disclose it to anybody. Even if it's a lawyer, you can't disclose it. Court very clearly said the decision of council to impose the penalty based on the Integrity Commissioner's investigation was absolutely correct. It was a reasonable decision, and it doesn't really matter that you didn't agree with the city solicitor. The will of council was that the city solicitor's advice was that, and they were going to accept it. There was no opportunity for you to go behind council to do the runaround. The very last line, the applicant's conduct demonstrates a lack of understanding as to the nature of solicitor-client privilege and the need to maintain confidentiality, as evidenced by a statement that he would do it all again without hesitation. Incorrigible. So here's an earlier case dealing with it. It doesn't matter if you agree or disagree with a decision to go in camera. If council passes a resolution to go properly into an in-camera setting to receive information and to discuss matters that are authorized in the Municipal Act, it's not your individual unilateral decision to say, oh, you can't do that, so I'm now going to release that confidential information. Now, what often comes forward is, hold on, I'm a resident, I'm an elector, and I'm representing the residents. And you know what? We're talking about something to the people of my ward because I was elected to represent the people of this ward. And I have an obligation to them. It is in their best interest that I disclose this information. That's wrong, because as a member of council, you do not, I hope I'm not getting too far ahead of myself, you represent everyone in the municipality. You do not just represent members of a ward if you have a ward system, okay? So what Suzanne Craig said as the integrity commissioner in this case is the office of a municipal councillor has statutory relevance only insofar as the member of council is part of the decision-making body of the town, which is the council. As noted above, when a member of council is elected, they cease to represent a particular group or matter of interest and become one part of a governing body recognized by the Municipal Act as the decision maker of the municipality. She says there are varying roles on what the role of a municipal councillor is. However, the fact remains there is no statutory role conferred on individual members of council, and you cannot act unilaterally. She goes on and says, while it is laudable that the respondent acts on behalf of the public and views her obligation as a councillor to be first and foremost to the public, this view is not mutually exclusive to upholding the confidentiality rules, right? I had this issue about 14 years ago. I was representing the town of Aurora, and there was a council member by the name of Evelyn Buck. And Evelyn Buck had campaigned on, I will always tell you the truth and you will always hear it from me. And she felt that she had a complete unfettered discretion to tell her constituents everything that had happened at a council meeting. And she was dead set wrong. There are rules, there are obligations, and there are limitations to your right to freedom of expression. Yes, I was asked that question too the other day. Whether to observe the obligations of confidentiality should not generally be a matter of choice. Otherwise, this whole system breaks down. Council says you're bound and you say, no, I'm not, and I'm going to make my own decision. Can't do that. I just put in a few other cases here. Again, just to prove my point, I think I've said enough about this area. Remember, the confidentiality, the purpose of confidential information is to protect and safeguard the interests of the municipality. In you leaking confidential information, it may bring damage, harm, and liability in damages to the municipality. So please be aware. And I think with the established body of case law, you going and leaking confidential information will likely put you in a situation that you're not acting in good faith, and therefore you won't be subject to the immunity provisions in Section 448. Oh, there's the Buck and Morris case. The right to freedom of speech in our society is not an absolute right. How can it be? Section 1 of the Charter says, subject to such reasonable limits that are justified in a free and democratic society. While freedom of speech is a cherished right in a free and democratic society, there are reasonable limitations. The town of Aurora, like many others, has a code of conduct that purports to codify the parameters of reasonable conduct for elected officials. The plaintiff clearly has a perception that she has an unfeathered right to freedom of expression and freedom of speech. Court said, Justice Edwards, that freedom, however, is circumscribed by the code. So, Madam Mayor, I've come to the end. I have just one more slide for conclusions, and then I'm happy to take any questions. You, as a member of council now, members, are part of a collective assembly, a collective body. Council is the decision-making authority for the council. You must always act in the public interest. You must put aside personal and private matters. You have no individual, executive, or ministerial powers and authorities. You have to comply with the rules generally that have been put in place by council through resolutions, bylaws, rules, and policies. There was a lot of debate last term about vaccination policies, masking policies for members of council, and so on. In general, if council puts it in place, it binds all members of council. When you have a dual or multiple role, you have to always keep in mind what are the best interests of the actual body that I'm sitting on. And that makes sense. Council has decided to put you as an appointee on a board. Council's trusting you with that decision, but you have to make the decision in the best interest of the board. Deputy Mayor and Mayor, you sit on the Dufferin County Council. You make decisions when you're there as a representative of Orangeville, but with the best interest of the county in mind, right? And you must always consider your role and your status, even if you don't think that you really have status. You do. You have a standing. And you have to consider the public perception when you deal with all sorts of land use planning matters, bylaw enforcement, and many other things. Madam Mayor, I've come to the end. That's my conclusion. I'm going to stop sharing if I can find my screen here, or perhaps if you have it. Oh no, I have it here. Carolina, you might be able to stop it for me. I can't seem to find the command.
So I would, oh, you.
Did I stop it? Yes, I did.
Yeah, we're
Never
good.
mind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mascarin. That was an exceptional presentation with lots of great information. I do notice that I've got some questions from members of council. Councillor Andrews, I'll turn it over to you first.
That's very kind, and through you, Madam Mayor. John, thank you so much for your presentation, and I echo the Mayor's comments about the thorough refresher for those of us who have been at the table this previous term. It's always nice to get some updates and clarification. I'm just going back a little bit in your presentation regarding planning matters, and you kind of captured my attention about one item, and just for a point of clarification, and I'm hoping I misheard you, but this was regarding the Committee of Adjustment. As you were very clear that many of us have dual or multiple roles, we will have opportunities to be on committees, and one of which is a council appointment to the Committee of Adjustment. Just so that I feel comfortable, are we doing this correctly by having an individual on council on that committee?
Over to you. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. To Councillor Andrews, there's nothing wrong with that. There are a number of municipalities that only appoint members of council to their committees. You have one, there's nothing wrong with that. You can certainly do that, but you're not appearing in front of the committee. You're a member of the committee, just like you would be perhaps the property standards or a conservation authority.
Right. Okay, thank you. That's very important to hear. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Was there additional questions from any members of council? Oh, Deputy Mayor Taylor, go ahead.
So I have 5 or 6. So mine starts off with the Committee of Adjustment as well. I just wanted clarification on speaking to staff. So specifically, that relationship to the Committee of Adjustment and the Planning Department is significant. So, you know, candidly, I'm the one who sits on it right now. I would ask the Planning Department frequently for their input prior to a meeting if I don't understand something. Is that still okay to do that? Because I don't know how I'd make a decision if I didn't get the clarification, or do I need to wait for the meeting?
Mr. Mascarin?
Yeah. No, sorry, Deputy Mayor Taylor, you're the member on the committee?
I am, yes.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Yes, I think any member of the committee could go to staff, right? Any member, it wouldn't be just you as the member of council. Any member could go to get clarification or get an understanding. That's not inappropriate.
Okay, thank you for that, Madam Mayor. Okay. Bylaw. I found your comments interesting, and there's a razor's edge of appropriateness in dealing with bylaw. And the truth is we frequently as councillors have to deal with bylaw, and you're pointing out an issue. I don't direct bylaw. My frustration would be it would be nice to hear if it's closed or not, or if there's action, or when we anticipate resolution. But I certainly don't provide direction, but I think asking those things is appropriate because the residents are asking and wanting to understand what, you know, the situation of the day is. So I believe that's okay. But as long as I'm not saying you need to get in there, you need to make a charge, you need to do this or that, I think that's all right. If the bylaw officer says they're not going to investigate, that's their prerogative, and I need to respect that.
Mr. Mascarin, can you clarify?
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor, to Deputy Mayor. I totally agree with your statement. when you're asking, you have just be mindful of how you're asking. This file isn't closed yet. Is a different way. So I completely understand what you've said, and I don't disagree with it. I'm just saying, always just remember how things are inferred by the other side.
Okay, thank you for that. The piece on confidentiality. When does confidentiality end? So, your career as a counselor could have just ended. You're no longer part of this body. You have confidential information. In my view, I believe that information still stays confidential, and that's your obligation, even though you're no longer part of the body. It does not allow you to have new powers to share your thoughts and go forward in that way. Do you agree with that or no?
Mr. Masker, go ahead. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I totally agree with that. That's absolutely correct. It's funny that you mentioned that, Deputy Mayor Taylor, because a little while ago, I looked at, I think, a confidential provision in a code of conduct. And one of the last things it says, it said, like, the confidentiality obligations are continue in perpetuity. And I said, well, of course it does. Why do you got that in there? And they go, because most people don't understand that. And I thought, right. Well, I said, that's actually maybe a good clause to put in there. So I agree with you. They continue. They don't end just because you're no longer a council member. Just think of the damage that could be done if someone wasn't reelected and all of a sudden decided to start releasing information. It does continue.
Deputy Mayor Taylor, yeah, go ahead.
So given that, my concern with that situation is you're no longer on council. You did serve on council. You've got that confidential information. Other than a moral clause, that's kind of a naughty thing to do. There isn't really anything stopping said individual from releasing anything or talking about something that's confidential. So I guess that's the end of the statement, but it just seems like an odd thing. They could do it and we could all judge them, I guess, but that would be the end of the day for them, correct?
Mr. Mascarin?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So here's how I would look at it. If someone goes and releases information and it has some consequences, for instance, it creates some damage or something, I think that person could be sued personally. Breach of fiduciary duty would be one of them. I mean, the common law would apply. And I think I haven't been involved, but I think I've seen municipalities go and sue former employees and council members for having breached confidentiality after the fact. That's created some liability.
Deputy Mayor Taylor, does that answer your question? Do you have additional? Yep.
Thank you, Your Worship. Number 4. So the Integrity Commissioner, I guess this is more of a comment, but the Integrity Commissioner piece that you took us through, and there was a 45-day pay doc of the individual in Orillia. I would imagine the Orillia salaries are fairly similar to ours. We're fairly similar in size and whatnot. And I would suggest that who cares? I can see why he said his statement of do it all again without hesitation. There's no penalty for that. That financial piece for me, like, yes, it would hurt. You kind of go, oh, I guess I can't take a weekend away somewhere. Like, it's not a lot of money. So my point is a 45 or a 90-day piece, it's toothless. Anyway, I don't know if you have a comment on that, but we're going to continue down this path.
Mr. Mascarin, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I agree. It is toothless. And, believe me, I said, we're looking at the maximum penalty here. I've been given the real brush off. Like, so what? I totally agree with you, Councillor, Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Almost there. So the closed council session, I thought it was really interesting that you brought it up. And, we just accept things when you come on here. You try and you just kind of pick up where everybody left off and you go forward with a closed session. I always thought it was funny in a closed session. To me, I think everything should be documented. Are verbal updates okay, or is that not okay? And should verbal updates be on paper just in case we need to say what they are?
Mr. Mascarin, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. just last term, my firm was involved in a matter where we did a closed meeting investigation on something. It got a lot of notoriety, but one of the things that came out of it is there should be better protocols and procedures for closed meetings. And one of the things that was actually one of the things that came forward is, it's fine to have a verbal update. We kind of get it. Sometimes there's an urgency, but when you go back, whoever remembers what specifically was said, and then there's, if the meeting is not recorded, audio or video audio recorded, then there is a real disconnect sometimes to, that's not what we agreed to, those weren't the instructions, or that's not what you told us, and we gave you instructions based on something else. So best practice, Deputy Mayor, I'm agreeing with you again. I think verbal updates, I completely understand sometimes there's a rush and you need to get them, but I think the best practice would be to have everything in writing so it's documented.
So one last piece, and it's not a question, it's more of a statement. And I really like that, how you tried to end on the right to freedom of speech is essentially not absolute. And it started, you start off this gig when you're doing, you're representing your community and you think you have it all figured out and you almost feel a bit righteous. And as time goes on, you realize that things that you say or do actually has significant impact, and it can be negative. So it's not our right to share. We don't get to share everything in terms of our thoughts and our comments and our feelings. It's not appropriate always to do so. And I just thought that piece and the way that you did that, it took me a few years to figure it out as we were going through, but as I sit here today, I get that. And I just appreciated the comments. So thank you. I enjoyed your presentation very much. I was listening, so thank you.
Mr. Masker, do you have any comment to that?
Good. I'm thankful for the thanks. That's great.
Perfect. Was there any additional questions from members of council on either side? No? Mr. Mascarin, thank you so much for being here today. It was a great presentation full of lots of excellent information. Very much appreciated.
Madam Mayor, thank you for the opportunity, and to council for listening to me this afternoon. It's been my pleasure to be in front of you. And again, congratulations to all of you. I wish you the best of luck, the most successful term for you and your residents. And if I could ever help out again, well, you know where to find me. So thank you again for the opportunity, and good luck with the rest of your training.
Thank you very much. And I think on that note, we're going to break. So we will be back in 30 minutes, so 20 after 6. We'll see everybody then. Thank you. Into item 7.2 on the agenda, which I will turn it over to our clerk, Carolina Khan.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and members of council. I come to you again tonight, but with great company. I have Lindsay Raftis, Assistant Clerk beside me, who is going to be assisting with this presentation tonight. And then also in the wings is Tracy McDonald, Deputy Clerk, who can provide ready assistance if any of you need it at your computers. Just one of us will be over. So this little bit of a presentation is really to talk to you about some of the more technical aspects of how our council meetings are going to be running going forward. So for those members returning from the last council term, obviously this feels a little bit differently than how you've been attending council meetings in the last couple of years. So given that being back in person is different for the 5 of you, and then it's obviously different for the 2 new members, we thought that we would start right at the beginning and then allow for an opportunity for questions so that you're fully in the loop as to what we're planning going forward. Okay, so I will start off the presentation and Lindsay's going to take it away for the second half with respect to eScribe, some of the eScribe pieces to enable you to function within that software. So firstly, I just want to mention right at the outset that this is not a presentation on procedural meeting rules. We do have that on the radar and we will be bringing that to you early in 2023. Obviously, that's a very important piece, but as we're trying to plan for a training schedule for council as you onboard for this new term, there are some pieces that are going to be spaced out. So procedural meeting training and hopefully a mock council meeting to allow you to get your hands dirty and practice will be early in the new year. So electronic meetings was allowed for by council over the period of COVID, as you very well know. Electronic meetings in their truest sense is fully electronic. No one necessarily in the chambers and we're all participating remotely. We've done that over almost 2 years during COVID. So I know that you are well aware of that. However, a fully electronic meeting as per our procedural bylaw, the town and council decided that that ability was going to expire within 1 year of the termination of the declared emergency. So council only has the ability to do that, a fully electronic meeting, until the end of February 2023. Okay, the default setting, if I could put it that way, for council is a hybrid meeting. So council in the last term allowed for hybrid meetings to take place, which means that some members can participate remotely as long as there is a quorum of members physically present in the room. What it means as well for Orangeville is that the mayor and the clerk must be physically present in council chambers. So the mayor, of course, would count towards quorum every time by being in the chambers. Remote members, should they need to participate remotely, would need to notify the clerk's office within 72 hours of the scheduled meeting date. That is more a need around logistics. So we need to know if we're going to have quorum for the meeting and if there is going to be quorum in the room. If there is not, if let's say 5 members are thinking they're going to show up remotely and they show up remotely on the day of the meeting, we can't hold that meeting. So as much as we can work together and you can provide that notice to the clerk's office, that would be greatly appreciated so that we can enable your meeting to go forward. Okay, so Chambers is still in the process of being upgraded, as you know, and we thank you for helping us test all of the technology and working through some of the solutions. The manager of IT, Jason Hall, can certainly provide more details from a technical perspective at a future date. But what I can share, I will with you today. So from my understanding is that there's going to be new camera angles. So we're going to have responsive technology. So for example, if Councillor Andrews is speaking, the camera will cue to him automatically. Things like that. More responsive technology, I would say, that kind of takes care of itself. There's going to be a muting button for the mayor to be able to mute the microphones in the room. We're going to have additional screens for members in order to enable you to see presentations better. So that will hopefully create more of a wholesome experience while you're in the chambers. The purpose of the upgrades is to create a more integrated way of conducting hybrid meetings. And I just wanted to take an opportunity to thank the IT staff in the room today for their support in running these council orientation sessions. So some best practices that I wanted to share with members as we are in this hybrid environment. And I know that members of the previous council are fully aware of these, but it never hurts to refresh some of the things we already know. So members participating remotely should try to be available at least 15 minutes before the beginning of a scheduled meeting, and that just enables staff to assist you if you have any technical issues or anything that we can assist you with in order to make sure we can start on time. Each member participating in a meeting electronically is asked to mute their device when not speaking, and or it will be muted by one of us, and that's just to avoid feedback and make a smoother meeting. At the start of the meeting, the chair will typically confirm who's on the line, who's in the room, get a good head count of who's there. In order to ensure that the meeting maintains quorum, a member participating electronically must advise verbally that they are leaving the meeting before ending their participation, and or if or when they re-enter the meeting. And we will note that in the minutes as well. If a member declares a pecuniary interest, something that we spoke about earlier, in relation to a matter on the agenda, we ask that you please mute yourself and turn off your camera for the duration of discussion on that item. Members participating electronically will be deemed to have left the meeting when they are no longer electronically connected to the meeting, and we can verify that by going in Teams and looking at that. In the case of a lost connection or any connection issues, the meeting will continue and staff will attempt in the background to reconnect you. So a question that you may be asking is, well, if we can't do fully electronic meetings, what about if there's an emergency with winter storm and we have a scheduled meeting? What about that? Our procedure bylaw does allow for should public health and workplace restrictions be in effect or there is an emergency, a fully electronic meeting may be held, and that would be a decision facilitated through the clerk and CAO in consultation with the mayor. For closed meetings specifically, obviously that operates a little bit differently than the open portion. Electronic participation is permitted for closed council meetings, and we would follow similar rules as I already spoke to. Members and staff take necessary measures to ensure confidentiality of the meeting. We already spoke to that in the previous presentation. But that would mean ensuring that no other individuals are in the room, that the meeting is not being recorded in any means. If a member does declare a pecuniary interest during a closed session, or for a closed item, I should say, the member then would disconnect from that closed meeting, and then we would reconnect you for any subsequent items. And public participation, I know that there has been some mention of focus on public participation going forward. So I thought I should mention that hybrid meetings really will enhance the town's ability to encourage public participation for those people that may not be able to attend in person. So we are certainly committed to continuing to facilitate that ability for members of the public. And of course, for anyone that wants to attend in person. Members of the public who have an interest in a matter on the agenda, they can up to 10 a.m. on the day of the meeting write to us at the clerk's office indicating that they want to speak to the matter, and they would be listed as a delegate on the agenda. Members of the public also wishing to ask a question can do so during the question period portion of the council meeting. And with that, Madam Mayor, I can take questions on that piece specifically, but I do want to say further to the procedural bylaw, which outlines some of these rules, there are also more targeted clerk's procedures with respect to electronic participations that we will also provide to council for a quick reference guide to keep with you as well.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Is there any questions from any members of council? Councillor Prendergast, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Is the 72 hours a firm timeline? I'm just thinking it might be in an emergency situation where I might need to access the council meeting electronically with less notice than that.
So 72 hours is what is the minimum amount of time. However, that being said, in an emergency situation, we will of course pivot as needed. The 72 hours is really in place so that we can ensure that there is quorum in the room. So if there is an emergency, nothing to be done about that, of course, but it's really about making sure that we know what's happening well in advance of a meeting.
Councillor Prendergast, did you have additional questions?
I don't. Thank you so much.
Is there any additional questions? Deputy Mayor?
So I was going to ask the same question about the 72 hours. I don't like that, to be honest. And I was just curious, where is that coming from? Is that a town of Orangeville thing that the clerk's department has realized, or is it coming from the province, or what is the 72 hours from?
It is in our, sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. Sorry, I keep thinking we're in a workshop setting and then all jumbled. Anyways, Deputy Mayor Taylor, it is in our procedure bylaw. So it is a rule that we have implemented for council in there. It could certainly be amended at council's discretion, absolutely. But as I said, the concern around that is to make sure that we have proper logistics in place to make sure that a meeting can go forward. So any shorter amount of time, we're just getting into a gray area if we're even going to have enough people in the room. But it's at council's discretion, absolutely.
That reply, Deputy Mayor Taylor, do you have additional questions?
I guess just to make my point, like to my comrade's point here, I just it feels like you're going to have an emergency. I don't know. It feels like an arbitrary thing. I just have a reaction to it. That's all. I would prefer we didn't do that and made it more flexible.
Councillor Taylor, though, how would we handle that going forward when it comes to meeting quorum?
So we've done that all the way along, right? So it would be an exception. Certainly, I can't imagine that 7 of us would call in. This would be something that's going on with an individual. Candidly, I would imagine I'm going to find myself in this situation. So it'd be a shame to be able to call into a meeting and not be able to participate because something has happened and you didn't meet your 72 hours.
Yeah, go ahead, Ms.
So through you, Madam Mayor, certainly there can be more flexibility built into that bylaw. I don't really see a scenario where that member wouldn't be accommodated if they provided 48 hours. That really would not be the case. It's a new way of doing things, right? Hybrid meetings are a new line of doing council meetings. So certainly members of council and any sort of emergency scenario, we would do our utmost best to facilitate you. And certainly, I'm sure that we could do that quite easily and quite effectively. But that is just with respect to the quorum piece in council chambers specifically. And it may be a complete non-issue to your point. The group has been doing that without any cause of concern throughout the whole previous term. So, but its flexibility can be enhanced, absolutely.
Thank you very much. Councillor Andrews? No, we're good. Any other additional questions? No? Okay, back over to you.
Okay, and with that, I will pass the microphone to Lindsay Raftis.
Thank you, and thank you, Worship and councillors, for having me tonight. I will be speaking to you briefly about eScribe. So as some of you already have experience, but we have a couple of new councillors this term, so we just thought we'd go and start from the beginning. So eScribe is a meeting management software that offers tools and workflows that are intended to improve efficiency, transparency, and accessibility before, during, and after meetings. eScribe can be accessed online, but they also offer an app. The town uses eScribe for regular meetings of council, special meetings, and committee meetings. This is also where council and staff will view closed agenda items, or one of the spots they can view closed agenda items. You will receive an email from me on the Wednesday prior before a council meeting, notifying you that the agenda has been published. You can access the agenda using eScribe through the app or on a web browser. And agendas can also be found by visiting the Town of Orangeville website. And this is where the members of the public can view the agenda. We get the next slide. Okay, so now we're just going to take some time to ensure that each member can access to eScribe. So I'll just ask that you each click onto the eScribe Meeting Pro app. And if you have any issues at all, myself, Caroline, or Ms. McDonald can help you. Some of you may already be logged on, which is fine as well. Can I grab the next slide, please? So this should be similar to what you're viewing right now on the app. So the eScribe portal homepage is the starting point once you're logged into the app. The app provides access to meetings, announcements, and resources. So you'll see on the top left corner, that's the announcements area, and that displays announcements from administrators. To view the announcements, you can tap and click on the announcement to expand the view. Below the announcements section, there is resources. This list displays resource documents that have been made available to users by administrators. To view these documents, you just simply click and the document will open. To the right-hand side, you will see the meetings section. This list displays all eScribe meetings to which you have access to. To visit a meeting, tap and click on the meeting. For additional options, you can tap and hold on the meeting or right-click. An additional option, for example, would be pinning the meeting if you'd like to pin it to the top of the list. Meetings that have not been yet published appear with a gray bar to the left-hand side, and you'll see on that slide all of them had not been published at the time, so they all appear with that little gray bar just to the left-hand side of the meeting title. If meetings have been published but not viewed yet by yourself, they will be viewed with a green bar to the left-hand side. And those that have been published and viewed in the app by yourself will appear with an orange bar. You will also see that in the list view, meetings are listed chronologically. If you change your view, so you'll see just beside, like on the very right-hand side of the meeting section, at the very top, it looks like a grid chart. If you select that, it will change to a grid view, and it's technically called the tile view. In the tile view, meetings are grouped together alphabetically by meeting type, and they're sorted chronologically with the past meetings to the left and the upcoming meetings to the right. And that's just your preference. You can view it however you like. Just go to the next slide. Now this slide is if you've selected into a meeting, then you can see, so this is say September 26th meeting. So you could see the attendees that were scheduled to be at that meeting. So on the top, and this is called through the app, it's called the meeting site. So on the top bar of the meeting site, you have several icons and functions. I'll just go through each from left to right. So on the very top left, beside the date of the meeting, you'll see a little house section. That's how you return to the portal home screen. So I'll take you right back where you can select any meeting. Then on the right-hand side of the Orangeville logo, you can see the search function. Next to that is how you can pin a meeting. Then next to that is your download center, where you can tap and manage download content for the meeting. And then beside that is the help function, and that's where you can tap in to view any help document. And then beside that is the three dots, and that's the user menu, and that's how you can tap to access to log out. Now, if you'd like to take this time to ensure that you can log in via the internet browser, we can help you if you have any difficulties with that. So you'd simply just open up any browser and then type in orangeville.escribemeetings.com.
And just further to what Lindsay just said, can I maybe just canvas the members to see who logs in via the browser versus the app? So the browser, maybe just browser, no, and then through the app users, yeah. Okay, so we will have additional training on December 5th, where we'll go into further details on some of the functions and capabilities within eScribe. This training was just to ensure that you were able to log into eScribe and access the agendas. If you have any questions and that may arise at the November 28th council meeting, we just ask that you please have them prepared for the December 5th council meeting. Does anybody have any questions?
Any questions from any members of council? Go ahead, Councillor Stevens.
Through your worship, The other day, I emailed you because I didn't have the December minutes or meetings, so that's all taken care of.
Yes, I did send you the invites. Did you receive the invites?
I did for December. I just want to make sure going forward,
You-
that's all taken care of.
Yeah, so the December 2023, that was just because the meetings were through your worship. So the December meetings were just created with the last term, like the last council members. So that's why you didn't have access. And when I resent the invite out, it was sent to past Mayor Brown and Councillor Grant Peters. So that's been rectified. And then 2023, it's all the current council members. So you will have access to all meetings going forward.
Thank you.
Was there any other additional questions from members of council? Go ahead, Ms. Raftis or Ms. Khan.
Sorry, I just wanted to say thank you very much for indulging us and playing around with your laptops and your systems. It certainly helps us to understand what you're seeing live. So thank you very much. And with that, we will wrap up our presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe that our next portion of our agenda is over to infrastructure services, so I will turn it over to Mr. Kosliak.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. Honored to be here today to introduce infrastructure services staff and tell you a little bit about our program. I guess for those who haven't met me, my name's Tim Kosliak. I'm the General Manager of Infrastructure Services. Sorry. I'm the General Manager of Infrastructure Services, and we have 5 managers in our group. One of the things we'll do a little bit different today than we did yesterday is after each of the divisions does their presentation, if council does have any questions, we can take them at that time. And then at the end, if there's any additional questions, we can answer them at that time also. I guess one thing I was thinking about last night was when we talked about working in the shadows. And our group's a little bit different because we have some staff that work in the shadows. People get up in the morning, have a glass of water, have their shower, they flush their toilet, everything goes away, it's taken away, treated, and all these things happen without, hopefully, the residents knowing about it. So it's part of our staff. They work in the background. They do a great job delivering water, wastewater, and the roads. So a lot of times people go to bed, it's snowing. They get up in the morning, maybe their driveway's filled in, but the road's plowed, sidewalks are done, and they take a lot of pride in the work they do. One of the things we're doing right now is we've done repairs and relining of the water tower on Commerce Road off Centennial. With that, it's been about a 3-month process, and really there's been no issues, no concerns, and nobody really knows it's happening. It's just been very efficient, and staff have gone along in their work. With other parts of our group, we're more forward-facing. We have a development and transportation group that takes care of a lot of our development issues, looking after development. One of the changes we did in our group earlier in this year, we did a bit of a restructuring, and it reallocated some of the staff to have more efficiencies. One of them was with our water group. Previously, we had our water staff who deliver the water in a separate group from the compliance staff. So it made sense to merge the 2 groups together. So the water operators and the water compliance are all under one manager. So that way, from an efficiency point of view, they work better. And also the priorities are for the one manager. So you don't have 2 people with different priorities and it's competing. This way it was under one person. Also, one of the changes is with the source water protection. A lot of it comes through our planning department when we get applications. So we've merged a lot of the source water protection under our planner. So a lot of that way, when it comes through with developments, if they need to be looked at, it's done in a timely manner. And again, it's under the one manager, so they have control over the area. The other option, this allowed us to create a new department or a new division. One of the things we found is the delivery of capital projects were a little bit delayed by the department. So we formed a new division, a capital works division. So with that, they're going to lead the delivery of our capital program, whether it's water, wastewater, and roads, and other duties as assigned. So you'll hear more about it when we're going through, but just wanted to give a little bit of an overview on that. And I guess some of the things too, a lot of people don't know about that. I guess our group is in charge of our cemetery. We do have a municipal cemetery. It's not technically in Orangeville, it's more in Amaranth, but we are in charge of that. Also, we do the transit for the town, so we're in charge of that. So we'll hear a little bit more about it, but just wanted to mention some of those issues. And also, we're trying to work it at efficiencies. We worked with our partners in other municipalities like Mono, helping with the water delivery. And also we're trying to improve our relationships with the conservation authorities, see if we can partner on some of the projects, because a lot of their concerns are the same concerns we have. If there's flooding issues or different aspects, how can we work together to deliver those? So that's one of the big things we're trying to improve now and into the following years. So I guess maybe I'll introduce the managers first, and then we'll go through each one by one and explain a little bit about their portfolio and the works they're doing. First, under Public Works, we have Goggin. Transportation and Development, we have John. And Capital Works, our new group, is under Derek. Building is led by Bruce. And our planner is Brandon. So one of the things, we'll go over an overview on things, and I guess for me, I'm more of a visual person. One of the things I wanted to see, if council is interested, we can do a bit of a tour to go see some of the different things we have. I think for a lot of it, we talk about a sewage treatment plant, but if you walked around, you get a bit of a feel for it, or even our municipal wells. If you go into a water tower, you get a feel what that looks like and what it feels like. And even we can take you out to the yard, see our new salt dome. And I find a lot of times it's easier to visualize things if we can show around. So if there's interest from council, we can surely arrange that. And we can work with our partners and show some of the parks work also at the same time. Hopefully weather contributes for us, and it should work out well. So maybe we can talk about that after, but maybe first I'll turn it over to Goggin and he can explain a little bit about the Public Works division.
Thank you very much, Tim. Through you, Madam Mayor, if I can proceed. First of all, good evening and congratulations to everyone. I'll try to do my best to follow very good and articulate speakers, so bear with me. So as you can see on the board, with Tim, I lead the Public Works and Environmental Compliance Division through 3 supervisors, each handling the road operation side of things, the water work side of things, and wastewater side of things. And helping and assisting me is the compliance team, the waterworks compliance officer and the infrastructure technician, and keeping everybody organized and handling the customer service side of things is the Public Works clerk. In terms of the number, we have in Public Works division, we have 3 supervisors, as I just mentioned, 3 wastewater operators, 8 waterworks operator, 7 equipment operators, which primarily handle the road operations and maintenance side of things, 1 mechanic, 1 Public Works clerk, and during the winter we hire 13 seasonal winter operators, and during the summer season, which is a great initiative that the town offers the students, we hire 2 students. And as Mr. Kochelek mentioned, there has been a little bit of reorganization. There was no waterworks lead hand and no Public Works lead hand up until 6 months from now. And the reason for getting those in-house was that we wanted to have plan A, plan B, and plan C, meaning introduce some depth and breadth in the teams that lead the respective teams, so to say. Next slide, please. So what we do, we operate, maintain, and comply. Flying at 50,000 feet, think about we own, or the town owns, the roads, the pipes, the sanitary pipes, the sewer pipes, the storm pipes, the water pipes, the vertical facilities in terms of the treatment plant, both water and wastewater, and we provide a service, and the residents rely on that service. So we need to comply with some standards, with some regulations, so that we are covered in terms of any risk and any liabilities that we as the town may face from the residents or from the people who gets advantage from the services that we provide. So in terms of road network, We have 120 kilometers of roads, that's centerline kilometers. So some roads are 2 lanes, some are 3. I doubt it, some roads are 3 in the town, except for Broadway. We have 123 kilometers of sidewalk. We have 122 kilometers of storm sewer pipes, which are under the ground. In terms of water system, underground infrastructure comprise of 129 kilometers of water mains. Above ground, which we call the vertical facilities, we have 20 drinking water wells. And out of those 8, the town is the operating authority for the town of Mono. In terms of sanitary system, both above ground and underground, we have 115 kilometers of sanitary sewer pipes. We have 4 sewage pumping stations. We have 1 water pollution control plant. And I should mention our water pollution control plant is the highest rated facility in Ontario. And don't get me wrong, meaning the province of Ontario has, in terms of water treatment facilities, they classify from class 1 to class 4. So we operate a class 4 treatment system here. And I think I should mention, our treatment system in terms of water side of things is class 2. Again, it goes from class 1 to class 4. The distribution system is class 3. And it all depends on the intricacies of the system, how many pressure zones we have, what is the level of automation that we rely on, and things like that. Next slide, please. And how we do it, I may have touched it in my previous slide. We try to comply with the legislation framework. So from the road side of things, we have the minimum maintenance standards. What it basically at a very higher level is, if we can demonstrate our compliance to these minimum maintenance standards, we are covered. We have a very good chance of coverage in terms of risk and liability coverage. So think of a road, think of the speed of the road, think of the volume of traffic on the road. So the more the speed, the more the volume of traffic. You have to demonstrate that you are doing more in terms of complying with the minimum maintenance standard than any other road, which basically is a dead end with a posted speed of 40 kilometers, maybe 10 cars passing through the dead end. So things like that, if we can demonstrate compliance, we should be covered in terms of risk and liabilities. And then we have, that was the provincial, basic provincial standard that we have to comply with. Then we have town bylaws, for example, parking bylaw, no entry, no exit, those kind of bylaws that are passed by council and enforced by the bylaw division. And then we have some evaluation tools, primarily the bridge assessment reports. So the province classify any culvert or anything beyond the 3 meter in diameter as a bridge, and anything less than 3 can be thought about as a culvert. So anything which is more than 3 meters in diameter or clear span from let's say a water body to the underside of the bridge or the culvert, every municipality have to assess those structures once every 2 years by a registered professional engineer who can practice structural engineering in the province of Ontario. From the water side of thing, the main legislation framework, excuse me, or the principle of it is a multi-barrier approach. So the first bullet point that you see, the Safe Drinking Water Act, tried to cover as many barriers as possible. So it covered mostly 3 barriers in terms of the supply and treatment, in terms of the distribution side of things, in terms of the residual disinfectant that needs to be there in the distribution system, in terms of what licenses or certificates are needed by the operators to operate that system. And the most recent act to cover the multiple barrier approach is the Clean Water Act, I believe 2012 or 2013. It covered the source side of things. So how can we protect the source? And then there is Sustainable Water and Sewage System Act. It is based on the principle of full cost recovery. Every municipality or operating or owner of the water system has to come up with a rate study, and the rates should cover the operation, maintenance, minor rehabilitation, and the complete rehabilitation of your infrastructure, the pipes and the treatment plants. You cannot operate a water system if you don't have a financial plan. It is one of the 5 requirements that are needed to get a municipal drinking water license. And we do have the rate study done. We do it every 5 years. I believe the last one was done 2020. So it is coming in the next 3 years. From the wastewater side of things, the province tries to cover any discharge of any contaminant. So they started with Ontario Water Resource Act, meaning you cannot discharge any contaminant to the water. And the broader legislation of environment is not only water, to the environment, period. It could be air also. And again, the same Sustainable Water and Sewage System Act applies to the wastewater side of things. We need to have a rate study done and develop our rates for the wastewater. And then the overarching or over-encompassing, in general, we have to demonstrate compliance with Occupational Health and Safety Act. Next slide, please. So in terms of our current and future projects, we are partnering with IT and other divisions to go digital. Other way of saying is we are working hard, but we are trying to work smart also. There are some initiatives. So we just went electronic with our payroll system. Not that we didn't have an electronic payroll system before, but this one is much more advanced and have more functionalities. Asset management is basically doing the right treatment or intervention to the right asset at the right time with correct information to correct stakeholders, which includes everybody sitting in these chambers here. Work order systems, again, they will assist in asset management. We will be able to assign a work order to an asset in terms of what we did to it, when we did to it, so that in terms of reporting every quarter, every half year, okay, we've been going to this asset 20 times in this quarter or in this 6 months. Maybe it doesn't need any operating or maintenance intervention. Maybe it's time to replace it or think about something else. We will be getting the locate software if the budget goes through. I'm just giving some pointers there. So this is another provincial legislation called Ontario Underground Infrastructure Notification System, which basically sets out the requirements on any utility to provide underground locates to anybody who wants to excavate and do a construction project. And we are also a utility because we have storm pipes, sewer pipes, water pipes, and IT infrastructure also. Water supply optimization, what it involves is, what do we have in existing? Our permit to take water is more than what we can take water, because when we try to take the water as per the permit to take water, a couple of difficulties arise. Sometimes too much turbidity issues are there. So how can we optimize the existing water supply and what we have coming in the future in terms of additional growth? So those kind of things are in the works. I'm pretty sure the division manager, Mr. Curry, will have more to talk about it. In terms of water pollution control, plant optimization, so water, the wastewater treatment is nothing different than water treatment. The processes are the same: sedimentation, flocculation, aeration, in the end, doing some final treatment, and then discharging to the water body. So we will be looking at how we can optimize the solid part of the things and the liquid part of the things. Right now, we are good with a flow of 1,700 plus minus cubic meters per day. But the solid side of things, we are limited up to 12,000 cubic meters of flow per day. So we will try to see how we can extend the solid handling side of things. Infrastructure condition assessment all ties with asset management, all ties with work order system, all ties with what we have to do with different assets. For example, a road may indicate that it may need to be replaced 3 years from now, whereas the water pipe may indicate, its condition may indicate it needs to be replaced 1 year from now. So how do we coordinate and get the best bang of the buck for the buck, so to say? Operation center shop expansion, it is in the works. We will be getting additional bay to our operation center. And the picture you see of the new salt dome, we commissioned it recently, 2 weeks ago. We had an old salt dome, which needed to be replaced because it could not meet the structural inspection side of things. Not only we replaced that, but we replaced that with a much bigger and larger facility, which can hold almost twice the salt sand that we need to provide the winter maintenance operations. That's it. And through you, Madam Mayor, if anybody has any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sandhu. I think Councillor Sherwood had her hand up there, if you want to go.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Sandhu. I have a couple questions here. Hopefully they're quick and easy. How many bridges do we have? How many bridges? You mentioned bridges.
The structure that I can recall of are 8, but through you, Madam Mayor, I can look to Mr. Lackey. Are there 8 structures? For your worship.
12. Okay, Your Worship, can I ask more? Okay, the capacity of the sewage treatment plant was recently expanded, and I'm just wondering to what capacity can go to, and what capacity are we at right now? Like, for, I guess for the number of, does it go by households? Like
the treatment side of things for both water and wastewater goes by the amount of flow that the facility can handle. So the amount in terms of flow, our facility is good to handle 17,000 plus minus cubic meters.
So I guess through your worship, what I'm trying to say is how much more can we grow in the town that our facility can handle?
Okay, so based off of, through you, Madam Mayor, based off this year's or last year's inspection report, which was submitted this year, we get an average of 11,000 plus minus cubic meter of flow, and we can handle 17,000 cubic meter plus minus daily basis. So we are operating roughly at 65%. And it all depends on the kind of intensification that is in the line, which always changes. Mr. Ward here will talk more about it. The province is wanting more development,
right?
More vertical development.
Yeah, maybe I'll pin this question more on Mr. Ward when we get that. And one final question quickly. And when we were sworn in previous council, we were told that there was some liability regarding water and wastewater on council. And we went through some type of training. Do we have to go through that training? Do we have to like recertify ourselves, or are we covered or not covered? I'm a little concerned as to where we stand on that.
Mr. Sandhu, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the province has come out with a standard of care for the municipal councillors, basically trying to make the municipal councillor aware that you are the ultimate owners of your system. And in terms of responsibility, it can flow down, but accountability always flows up. So if anything happens, who is at the top? It's councillors. So you have to be aware of the standard of care. There's no certification for it. You can be aware by going online, researching through the province's guidelines that are there. Walkerton Clean Water Center has good program which offers it. I believe it's a half-day program. They are more than willing to come to council chambers and explain what it involves, but they also offered the course in Walkerton too.
Councillor Sherwood, Mr. Koslak's going to jump in as well.
Through you, Madam Mayor, just wanted to mention that we do an annual report every year for the water. We'll be bringing it forward to council probably in early March. So it's an annual report. At the end of the year, we'll start preparing it and we'll bring it forward in March. And it'll outline more on the capacity of the wells, any issues they've had, and provide more details. And we can also look into the training if that's something that council would wish. As Gagan mentioned, that does go through the Clean Water Agency. So we'll follow up on that and we can try and arrange something on it. It's usually a fairly short couple-hour training, and we can try and arrange that also.
Thank you, Mr. Koslak. Councillor Stevens and then Councillor Andrews.
Through you, Your Worship. Firstly, we cover 8 wells of mono. So do we get reimbursed for that? Sorry, I'm new and I'm going to learn all this, but obviously we probably get reimbursed. But if there's damage or, repairs to be done, can you explain the process?
Don't ever apologize. That's why we have a council orientation session. Mr. Sandhu, go ahead.
You, Madam Mayor. So the way the water systems work is you have to have an operating authority. You have to, in terms of mono system, mono is the owner. In terms of accredited operating authority, we bill them. The contract that's almost final. We bill them based off the regular operating maintenance activities that we do. Anything extra that we do, we bill them separately beyond operating and maintenance. Any capital upgrades that Mono as the owner wants to do to us, because it has to be, the legislation is set up, you have to have accredited operators touch the system. So we are there, but we charge our time back to Mono, and they pay for the capital cost, but we charge for our time in addition to the regular operating.
Yeah. Through your worship. So if there's an issue with that well, who's liable?
Mr. Sandhu, can you just slide your microphone a little over closer to you? Perfect. That's good. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the quickest answer to that question is both. Town of Mono as owner, Town of Orangeville as the operating authority also.
Does that help to answer your question, Councillor Stevens? Or do you have additional?
I have additional questions. But
go ahead.
Through you, Your Worship. We all know the plowing the sidewalks causes damage. We hear about it. We've already heard about it, or at least I have. What's the best process for the residents to, I think you know where I'm going, to come back, and get their lawn fixed or whatever?
To raise a concern, you mean, Councillor Stevens? Yeah.
Yes,
go ahead, Mr. Sandhu.
Through you, Madam Mayor, if I understand the question correctly, mostly the damage done to the boulevards. Okay, so the town of Orangeville does not have, in some parts of the town, does not have wide enough sidewalks. So the damage do happen to the boulevard in those areas. There is a very good program that when we visit a road for resurfacing or reconstruction, we look at the sidewalk width. If it's not up to the current width, we do replace it. The town has a program of visiting those damaged boulevards in the spring and repairing it. Obviously, the residents get anxious, or the damage has been done. What should I have to do? Do I have to incur expenses in the spring? No, if the damage is to the boulevard, We do go out and fix. It's a very broad, from an occupier's liability act, so to say. It's the responsibility of the town to clear the sidewalk, but some municipalities have put that responsibility to the homeowners. And I can talk about it forever, but did I answer your question?
I'm going to turn over to Mr. Koslak as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess just through the Mayor Post, one thing I wanted to mention, one of the issues is when the ground isn't frozen. So in cases like this year, we have a snowfall early when the ground's nice and warm. And when the plow goes through, as Goggin mentioned, some of the sidewalks are undersized. They're maybe 4 feet wide. Most of the other ones we do nowadays are 5 or 6 feet. So if you do have a narrower sidewalk, the blade is only about 4 feet. So if they go off by a few inches, they will chew into the lawn a little bit. Once it's frozen, typically it'll ride on it and you don't really notice it, but it is first thing in the year. And usually it does get residents excited, but we do have a program to go back in the spring to try and reinstate anything. And as mentioned, when we do reconstruct a road, we try and widen the sidewalks and replace them with new sidewalks to their current width. There was questions about whether we want to use smaller equipment so we don't cause as much damage. The concern with that is the accessibility. If we only plow, say, a 3-foot section of the sidewalk, it's not as accessible for people. Also, I found in the previous lives that it causes ponding a little bit more. You don't get the sun hitting it the same way. So unfortunately, we do have a bit of damage sometimes to the lawns, but we do come back in the spring and repair them.
Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Andrews, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and through you to Mr. Sandhu. So nice to see you. And again, the information that you provided tonight has been very helpful. I do have 3 questions, very quick, and 1 comment. And so the comment maybe will come, maybe I'll do it now. I had an opportunity to take a look at the eastern portion of the proposed Hanson expansion. It was really nice to see some of the work that is already currently underway. But one thing I did notice is, in fact, that banging that happens at about 8 o'clock every morning. For those that are familiar with this is, of course, the Hanson Bridge. Would this be posed to you or anyone else within infrastructure services? Because you notice, of course, it falls under the road network. Just want to, Mr. Koslak.
Yeah, Mr. Koslak.
The Mayor, actually, John will be able to speak to that as part of the development application.
Okay, so then, Mr. Sandhu, you don't have to worry about it. Quick questions, one of which is infrastructure condition assessment. It was actually coincidental that Madam Treasurer talked about all of our assets yesterday. And in your opinion, our water assets, including sewage, are in good state of affairs? And the only reason I bring this to your attention is the fact that for those of you that are, of course, current with your news, the city of Hamilton had quite a surprise there over I guess, the last 5-6 days with something that has been happening for about 25 years with sewage going into the harbor from about 50 homes. Now, we don't have that situation. We're not the size of the city of Hamilton, but from what we've been presented to during the previous term of council is that we seem to be in a good spot. But again, I'd like to hear your take on it, especially when you reference the infrastructure condition assessment process.
Mr. Sandhu, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So we have done our first iteration of the asset management, meaning the desktop analysis. What I talked about was a second iteration or a step beyond that, putting a camera in the sewer pipes, identifying inflow, infiltration, structural damage, doing the same with the pressurized water main also. That technology is new, expensive, but it can be done. Going into our treatment facilities and water treatment facilities and wastewater and seeing actually, okay, what is my pump looking like now? How many hours it has, even though we did it in the first iteration, but it'll be a more advanced inspection, a physical sticking or complying with the code of best practices, so to say, inspections, and then assigning a condition grade to all these individual assets at ground, above ground, below ground, and then timing. What is the best time? What is the best time to get the best bang for the buck, as I said. we are in a good state of condition based on the information that we have.
Thank you. Next question is pertaining to water, and I know that Mr. Koselleck and Councillor Sherwood had highlighted a little bit about, of course, our responsibilities that we have. And one question that comes up often is, how are the rates calculated? And I know you ended up doing something very high level, but for our new members of council and a refresher for the existing members of council, the question comes up often is, when a resident ends up getting their bill, how did it come about? And I'm wondering if this might be for a different time for us to have that information, or is that something that you might be able to give us a 30-second overview on exactly how the rate is calculated on residential usage?
Mr. Sander, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So basically, what does it cost to operate? Let's take an example of, let's say, wastewater treatment plant. In terms of operation, the salary, the chemicals, the electrical power supply, whatever operating expenses you can think of, on an average, how much it has costed. We have a good history based from the past. Okay, so this is what it cost to pay the staff, to pay the utility bills, but we need to maybe do some minor repair to the pump, to the propeller, maybe we need to replace a pump. Maybe we need to, there's big structures in the wastewater treatment plant called clarifiers and mixed liquor holding tanks. When do we need to do, in addition to something beyond just operating and maintaining them? So we do a good forecast going forward, a desktop analysis going forward, and then we try to follow up with actual physical condition assessments, which we are in the process of. And then we develop the forecast for, okay, this is our supposed annual expenses looking like. How much money do we generate? That is basically the equation.
So the ratio then, from a consumer perspective, the residential cost per household, when an individual calls one of us saying that my rate seems to be a little bit different compared to the previous month, how is that calculated? And again, just for the sake of simplicity. I see Mr. Koselleck also.
This could be different first based on the amount of water they consume, the amount of wastewater they let go through their flushes. And we have a sliding scale also. So by that, I mean, the more water you use, you get bumped up.
Yes.
You have to pay more. So those are the two basic principles, that resident A may have a different bill than the resident B.
Okay.
Mr. Koselleck wanted to jump in.
Sure, through you, Madam Mayor. I guess infrastructure services, we don't calculate the water rates, but we are lucky that we do have our fabulous treasurer here today.
Yes.
And she may be able to provide a bit more information on how the physical rates are calculated.
Yes,
I just figured since it happened to be talked about, thank you, Ms. Syed. And I'm doing so, of course, for the new members of council too as well.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wasn't planning on making an appearance tonight. So again,
It's nice that you're here.
thank you. Through you to Councillor Andrews, you asked for a 30-second
Yes.
overview. So two things. First of all, when we go into the rate study, we look at 4 components. The first is the operating cost, which Mr. Sandhu has already mentioned, right? What does it cost us to run the operation, salaries and overhead costs and so on and so forth. Then we look into the second component, which is the capital cost. So how much does it cost us in terms of asset management to maintain, to replace, and so on. The third cost is clearly the inflationary adjustments that you have to look into depending on the time of the year, depending on the market situation. And the fourth component is, at the end of the day, because it's a fully funded service, we also have to build our reserves. So those are the 4 things we look at when we go into the study itself. As for the how do we apply that rate to individual invoices. So Mr. Sandhu has already provided that there is a flat rate that is more on the administrative side of things. And there's obviously the other portion of the rate is based on consumption and pipe size. Clearly, I'm probably mucking this up. This is more on the engineering side of things. But if I really have to give you a 30 seconds elevator pitch, that would be it.
Perfect.
Thank you.
I know that we do get a number of calls periodically, as all of us can end up agreeing to it, but truly appreciate the answers to the questions. That's all I have, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Was there additional questions from members of council? Deputy Mayor Taylor, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Just one, Mr. Sandhu. The snow clearing that we have, first of all, compliment. I do think it's great. We do clear our streets very quickly, and we clear them quickly and cleanly on a consistent basis. So kudos to you and your team for that. The questions that I get from residents, you've already answered, like the sidewalk piece. It would be great at some point we could resolve that, but I understand from what Mr. Koslak is saying from an earlier conversation we had today. I mean, it's a sidewalk issue. It'd be a capital issue. But the other piece is timelines that we offer snow clearing. Is there any appetite, or does it make sense to extend the period of time that the town does it? And specifically what I'm referring to is, I believe in my mind, I think we end on March 31st, yet there's still debris and, the possibility of a storm in mid-April. And, it's happened recently where we had town staff that had to clear that, and our contractor staff was gone. So it was quite a while to clear before we went. So has your department looked at timelines given, the environment, changing seasons, that sort of thing, of extending that program? Does it make any sense, or is it just a complete waste of resources and money to do that?
Mr. Sandhu, you want to take that one? You can slide your mic over again.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, we are capable of being compliant with minimum maintenance standards and risk and liability to in-house staff and equipment. This year, we have extended the contracted staff instead of March 31st to April 15th. Hopefully that should be enough. Yes, I do understand where Councillor Taylor is coming from. But be assured, we are covered, or we can be capable of being compliant with our winter maintenance operations in-house. Even if we have to experience the nature's call, don't get it the other way, of a winter episode after April 15th. But learning from this year's experience, we have extended the contracted staff's duration or contract with us for 2 more weeks.
That's great news. Yeah. Do you have any additional questions, Councillor Taylor?
Just for my learning again, what is the date that it starts? Did you open it on the front end too, or is it? No, and I'm sorry, I've forgotten. I did know this. Is it December 1st that we start clearing? But we've already had incidents, right? So, or is it November 1st?
Mr. Sandhu, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So when we hire contracted staff, it has to come with some contracted equipment also. So we have faced that equipment, some of it or portion of it in terms of the sidewalk machines and the loaders come by November 30th, and then the rest balance of it in the first week of December, if I recall correctly. We have not changed that. We have only stuck with reponing the contracted staff's contract and extending the contracted staff's contract so far. Based on the principle that the vendors that supply the equipment, if we have to make a phone call to them earlier than the start of the winter and after the start of the winter, we have good relationships, and we can also extend the equipment side of things also.
Was there any additional questions from members of council? No, seeing none. Thank you so much, Mr. Sandhu and Ms. Syed, for your cameo appearance tonight. I'll turn it back over to Mr. Koslak to introduce his next manager.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Post. I'd like to introduce John Lackey, our Manager of Transportation and Development, to talk a little bit about his section and give an overview on the developments going.
Welcome, Mr. Lackey.
Welcome. Thank you, Your Worship and Council. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm John Lackey for the new people, Manager of Transportation and Development. Just make sure I cover my notes here. I wanted to assure you that there won't be a test at the end of my presentation, so. Some of this may be, there could be a couple comments that have already been indicated or talked about through Tim and Goggin, but we'll get through it. I only have a few slides and certainly look forward to any questions or anything you have at the end. My first note would be on the organizational chart. There's just a couple comments I would like to make. The first being the technical student. Over the last couple of years, the technical student has worked with IT, and they've been physically downstairs in the basement doing engineering data collection and data Orangeville apps and so forth. So that individual, I think that's why that dashed line is there. They're removed from the second floor in T&D. The second thing is, and Tim has mentioned it, is that under transportation and development is transit and the cemetery. So those operations are handled by us. Next slide. So what do we do? There's three core tasks that we do. We plan, we design, and we implement the town's transportation system and related infrastructure. And examples of that are obviously the roads, our laneways, traffic signals, signage, trees, boulevard, and the infrastructure that goes under the road. Secondly, we manage our assets to ensure they are sustainable and efficient and safe for the whole community. And examples of managing our assets for the future are one being we're looking at electrifying our fleet and planning for climate change. This is particularly important for storm drainage and stormwater management controls. Another example is the installation of our noise fence, which is using a new composite material to ensure longevity of that asset. How do we do it? In doing what we do, it's important to recognize that most of what we do is mandatory. It's not discretionary. So in order to be in compliance with government mandated legislation and our own policies and procedures, we coordinate projects that have been approved through the planning and budget process. And then we continue to monitor and evaluate the conformity with budgets and policies and procedures. It is not uncommon for us to be asked questions by the public, and accordingly, we respond to those concerns and queries brought forward by the public, as well as yourself. To enhance our transportation systems where possible, we review operating and maintenance procedures, and we work with Public Works. And based on this feedback, we update our policies, procedures, and engineering standards. And when we look at the budget coming forward soon, we've included a project for the review of our engineering standards. They are a little bit outdated, and hopefully in 2023, we will update those standards. We assist in completing applications for funding and financial assistance and reporting. An example of this is the annual reporting for Orangeville Transit to CUTA, the Canadian Urban Transit Association, as well as Public Infrastructure Services and Stats Canada. We coordinate engineering reviews of all development applications, site plans, and major subdivisions, working closely with the planning department. Once through the planning process, we inspect these developments for compliance with our own town standards and provincial standards as well, prior to them being integrated into our existing infrastructure. Now, Mr. Sandhu did mention some of these, but these are some of the procedures or literature that we use as guidance for us to do our work. Minimum maintenance standards, which was updated in May of 2018. The Ontario Traffic Manual, which is a document to provide clear guidance for transportation system designers to promote uniformity in design, application, and operation of traffic control devices and systems. We've talked about the sidewalk, snow clearing policy and boulevard maintenance, all-way stop control, traffic calming policy, which is a brand new policy, a very exciting one. I think it's an interesting one. Vehicle characterization and speed studies, which goes along with that traffic calming. And then we have also talked about the road needs study, which is required every 5 years, and that drives our road rehabilitation and reconstruction program. Retro reflectivity, an annual study that we do. There's the biannual bridge appraisal, which is done every 2 years. And then traffic signal annual inspections, and that's done once a year. Next slide. Current and future projects, there's just a few I'll go through that I think are interesting. There's Centennial Road, major collector in our industrial area, and the most expensive in town history, I think. It was $8 million to do that project in 2 phases. The final cleanup and top coat of asphalt will be in 2023, and it included the full signalization, traffic signalization at Hillside, Dawson, and Centennial. The Broadway bricks, again, some minor installations in 2023. However, it was very well received, I think, and that is in part due to the communications plan that was put forward by our communications department, and I thank them for that. It was a great job. Hanson Boulevard Creek Crossing, there may be a question on that one. The creek crossing structure is under construction now, and hopefully will be completed very soon in 2023. Implementation of our transit optimization study, and it's hard to believe that that was in 2016 that study was done, but we're very excited that we have a new hub location. We have a contractor selected, and construction of that will start in 2023. Also, as part of transit, we will be looking at our fare-free transit, which starts on January 1st. And in terms of road reconstruction, Church Street from Wellington Street to John Street will be done in 2023, and the design of that is underway now. First Street sidewalk from the ship development to the mall was to be done in 2022. However, the lateness, it was felt best to not do that construction until 2023, so it will start in the springtime. Next slide. So where's our future focus? And looking to the future, T&D will continue with its road reconstruction rehabilitation programs. Victoria and Ontario streets and the design of Cardwell are in the cards for the next couple years. We may see some challenges in regards to this as the costs go up and supply chain issues become an issue. Mentioned earlier is the construction of our transit hub. But subsequent to that will be our route optimization and the introduction of on-demand or flex servicing. We continue to review areas that experience flooding and look to implement options to address the severity of flooding and hopefully mitigate it, and one of those being the water pollution control plant. Mill Creek from Center to Dawson has been designed, and we're hoping in the next 2 years to complete that construction, and that would then provide a full rehabilitation of Mill Creek from all the way from town line to west of town. Develop and update our engineering standards, as I've mentioned before. These are something that are long overdue and outdated, and we need these. They are used for us to make critical choices in terms of our review of designs. And lastly, working with planning to accommodate growth as we deal with the intensification of development within our boundaries. And that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lackey. Very informative. You covered a lot of the major capital projects I was going to ask you about, so thank you for that. Is there any questions from members of council? Councillor Andrews, go ahead.
Thank you. And Mr. Lackey, I wanted to congratulate you on some of the projects that have been completed, you and your team and everyone involved in infrastructure services. As an example, Broadway bricks, outstanding, complimentary. I know that some things are still very much to to be kind of tweaked here and there, but just a beautiful part of our downtown core. And also the Centennial Road reconstruction. That four-way stop and everything else is working out really well. To a point that you referenced was in fact the Hanson Street Bridge. Question is timeline of completion. Again, I was coincidentally in that neighborhood literally today and saw the east end close to Blind Line, and the progress that's coming along. It's really neat to see that. But I am curious about the noise and how the town has communicated to the members of that direct community, because there's an adjacency of some homes that are right there that no doubt are woken up at about 8 o'clock in the morning. But I'm also enamored by the progress of what's going on, but maybe a timeline that you can provide to council on that particular project.
Through your worship to Councillor Andrews, it is anticipated to be finished mid-January of 2023. And in regards to the noise, I have not received anything on my desk to that effect, and so hopefully it will be short-lived. But if it is an issue, certainly we would like to know, and we would undertake whatever to mitigate it.
Were members of the community, direct neighborhood, informed of the timeline or the fact that noise would be generated because of the heavy equipment that is in that location?
I can't be specific in terms of noise, but certainly they were made aware of the project would be underway, but
and that may be one of the
specifically noise.
Sir, that may be one of the reasons that you haven't received any notification or concerns, because again, I haven't. That's the thing. It's just that I happen to be in that area and I've heard it, and I just pointed out to residents that that's what's going on, and many people already knew what it was all about. But, thank you again.
Thank you for your questions, Councillor Andrews. Councillor Stevens, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you. First question, the cemetery. Is it close to capacity? If not, how long do we have to?
It's through your worship to Councillor Stevens. We do have an area that is not opened up. The last time I looked, it was about 15 years. And so we are well prepared to deal with whatever in the next few years. Yeah.
Thank you.
Did you have additional? Did you have additional questions?
I did.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Through you. So transit. I see the a school bus being used quite a bit lately. Can you expand on why that is instead of the transit buses?
Through your worship to Councillor Stevens. Yes, we've suffered lately some mechanical issues, and as well, buses need to go through an inspection that is required by the MTO, which is part of this. But we have got some serious mechanical problems, and to repair them, we are getting stuck with the supply chain issue. Parts come from afar, and we're waiting for parts from the US right now to do a differential problem. I hear what you're saying, and we don't like to see those buses, but it's a mechanical problem that we're trying to fix as fast as we can. We beg, borrow, and steal. I know that there's other transit agencies that we've contacted, and they've been very helpful sometimes to loan us parts. As I say, we do anything to get our buses back on the road.
Thank you. I may continue.
Yeah, go ahead.
For you. We contract out the services for the transit. Would it be cheaper for us to do it in-house?
Through your worship to Councillor Stevens, my experience with the supplier or the service provider that we have now, I would say no.
And one final question.
Go ahead.
Centennial Road, the final coat, is that already paid for?
Through your worship, no, it'll be paid with the final release of funds, and that will happen in early 2023 when it's done. We wouldn't pay for that now.
Thank you very much.
Was there any, yeah, but that is budgeted for is a good important piece to talk about. So that money is already set aside for that project to be completed. Was there any additional questions from members of council? With that, thank you very much, Mr. Lackey.
Thank you.
And I'll turn it back over to Mr. Koslak.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, I'd like to introduce Derek Curry, our manager of Capital Works, and he'll outline a little bit of the details of our capital program that we'll be delivering.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Mr. Curry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Gotta put these down. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. My name is Derek Curry, and I am your manager of Capital Works. Through you, your worship, I'd like to extend my congratulations to each and every one of you on your recent election victories. And I look forward to working with each and every one of you over the next 4 years of your term of council. As my general manager stated, Capital Works was created in 2022 after reorganizational study was determined that a group of professionals was needed to manage the town's capital asset renewal needs for its water, its wastewater, its sanitary, its storm, and its road networks. Next slide, please. Currently, we have 2 staff members, and we are doing an active recruitment right now for a project technologist. I do have a budget request for a project manager in the budget, so I really hope you're generous and you will approve it. Next slide, please. So I have been asked, what is Capital Works? So we turn this, next slide, please, into this. So the first slide showed a picture of Broadway from the late 1920s, and it showed a water pollution control plant from the 1800s. As if you could see that the picture on the left now was Broadway about 4 weeks ago. And as my colleague, Mr. Sandhu, said, that is our state-of-the-art water pollution control plant. We are very, very proud of that plant, and I will get into that in the next little bit. Next slide, please. So really, what do we do? We are an environmentally friendly and responsible team who works together with our stakeholders, both internal and external, to create and implement strategies to create vision or to turn vision into reality. We take every project from conception to completion. We proactively and effectively manage the town's capital infrastructure assets while sustaining the well-being for the community. We coordinate our work in harmony with the recently completed 2022 asset management plan. We focus on the delivery of that plan while ensuring life cycle cost strategies are being followed. We develop and prepare a 10-year capital budget forecast. We prepare every project through a green lens. And what I mean by that is that where there is an environmentally friendly option to a project, we will explore it. We actively search and assist in the preparation of applications for funding sources from both the provincial and federal governments. Next slide, please. Even though 2022 was a very short year for this division, I started with the town in August. There's been an enormous amount of pre-engineering design work as well as rehabilitation projects completed. Some of these accomplishments are, as my general manager noted, we rehabilitated the standpipe on Commerce Road this year. We are actually filling it right now as we speak. We prepared the contract documents for the town-wide water meter replacement program, which will begin in 2023. This program supports the benefits of improved technologies of the town's water meters, and it will increase meter accuracy. It'll provide the residents a better understanding of their water usage, and it will reduce the town's water meter reading cost. We finalized the environmental assessment and prepared design and procurement documents for the West End additional water storage standpipe. With construction bidding beginning in early 2023, this standpipe will provide us with additional storage and water pumping capacity. We commenced a 12-month inflow and infiltration study of the town's entire sanitary system. Identifying and rehabilitating areas of inflow and infiltration is of high priority to us because what it does, it allows us to stop treating stormwater as wastewater. This has 2 benefits. It's a cost benefit to the town, plus when stormwater gets into the system, it has a negative impact on the system. This study will also assist us in creating a 10-year budget forecast for the sanitary system. We completed water pump upgrades to well 9. Outdated pumps are not efficient. These pumps will enable us to pump the exact same amount of water or even more
while using less energy, thus creating less carbon footprint at the well. 2023 will be an absolute awe-inspiring year for this group. We will be taking under several major deliverables with a combined construction value of over $30 million. Much of the pre-engineering and design work has been completed in 2022, thus allowing us to start early in the spring of 2023, as soon as Mama Nature allows the winter to thaw out. These projects include, but are not limited to, the construction of the new storage standpipe at well 5. This is a major, major task because we need this standpipe built and online before we can complete our rehab to the west sector reservoir on Beeline. The start of the town-wide water meter replacement program. We will see approximately 10,000 new water meters replaced throughout the entire town in 2023 and 2024. Phase 1 of the rehabilitation to the water pollution control plant will take place next year. We will be undertaking a 6,000 square foot addition to the operations work center on Sea-Line, which I'd like to take you to. It's going to be a great job. We will be doing upgrades to the sanitary system that have been identified by the current inflow and infiltration study. And we are working in cooperation with the Credit Valley Conservation Authority to prepare and implement a flood mitigation plan for town line at the water pollution control plant. Next slide, please. Where's our future focus? Well, we will continue our future focus on green technologies and green construction methods. We are trying to reduce the carbon footprint of every project that we do. All 12 of town-owned wells will be reviewed to determine efficiencies with the pumping and electrical systems. We are hoping to address areas where we are able to increase our pumping rates up to our permitted water rates while reducing our energy consumptions. We will be carrying out and studying we will be carrying out trying to identify potential future well sites for the town. We will be reviewing the entire sanitary sewer system for the purpose of developing a 10-year capital rehabilitation program. Once this is complete, we will shift our focus to the storm system for the same purpose. We will carry out the optimization study. There's been a lot of talk about the optimization studies. We will be carrying out the optimization study at the water pollution control plant for the purpose to increase it, obviously, but specifically to try to reduce the phosphorus that our effluent is releasing. This is being done in conjunction with the Credit Valley Conservation Authority and the provincial government. Mr. Goggin did say it was a state-of-the-art facility. One thing that we're really proud of and the Credit Valley Conservation is really proud of, that brook trout have actually returned to the Credit River in Orangeville, which is something we haven't seen for years. So our facility is actually producing cleaner water than that's in the Credit right now. We will be focusing on the town's climate change adaptation policy through an informed action and decisions, highlighting on best practices and lessons learned. In closing, this group strives to be proactive in maintaining the town's capital assets while being financially and environmentally responsible to the residents of the town. Questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Curry. You may be new to the town, but it sounds like you sure got a good handle on everything. So thank you for everything you and your team does. Councillor Sherwood has a question.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Curry, thank you and welcome aboard. I'm quite excited to have you here. One of the things that myself and I'm sure the rest of my colleagues will agree is that we do really appreciate receiving reporting and updates on the status of capital projects. And I just wondered if you could remind me how often you're going to be providing those status updates, because they are really critical for us to know where everything lies.
Through you, Madam Mayor, how long or how many reports would you like, Madam?
I was just trying to get you to.
No, we will be doing quarterly updates. But if you contact me personally, I will know on a monthly basis where we are. It's actually one of the things that I've been looking into for the division, is that we keep track of where exactly we are. There is a lot of money in capital right now, and we not know exactly where we are.
So you're anxious to spend it, is what you're saying?
I'm anxious. I'm new at the town, but through you, Madam Mayor, I am new with working for the town, but I'm a 30-year resident. So I am ecstatic to be here, and I'm ecstatic. One of the reasons why I did come here is that I could see my community grow and prosper. So yes, I'm anxious to spend that money, but I am more anxious to better the town.
Thank you, sir.
Did you have additional questions, Councillor Sherwood? No?
And if I may, Madam Mayor, through you, Madam Mayor, to answer your question about the plant, Mr. Goggins said we're allowed 17,000 cubic meters. We're permitted 17,000 cubic meters per day. That value goes up and down, but according to our last asset management plan, we are only at 45% capacity. So we do have room for growth with the plant. The one problem we do have with the plant, though, is that we are restricted with real estate. There's really nowhere to grow at that plant. So that's why we are trying to identify some efficiencies where we can actually produce more. But right now, by the province permit, we can only allow 17,000 cubic meters. So if we do find out ways to produce or to process more, we would have to reapply for a permit.
Go ahead, Councillor
I
Sherwood.
guess my original thought process on that was, having been a longtime resident myself, over here 40 years, I know that the sewage treatment plant has expanded several times throughout that time. And I guess I was just trying to get my head about, is like, we just expanded it. We're good for many, many years, long after I'm long gone, before you come back asking for more money to build it more and go up, I guess. That's all my original question was related to.
Oh, through you, Madam Mayor, we are doing a 2-year rehabilitation of it starting next year. We will hopefully be able to treat more water out of it, but we will not be able to expand that plant unless something new comes along where we can treat water on a smaller. We can use the same footprint with a smaller process. But right now we are maxed out on the real estate side.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Taylor?
Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, Mr. Curry, welcome to the town, and I love your passionate speech, and I love your why. So thank you for that. It's awesome. You know, there's so many little things in our town that, like, you could almost make it a list of 5, and I think on the list of 5, like sidewalk clearing and damaging the snow, like, you know, it's these sacred cows that we all want to solve, but we don't seem to be able to solve. But you mentioned one of them, and you know, you had the technical terms, and I'm just going to say the plant smells in the summertime, and it sounds like you've got a plan in place to be able to stop that. Is that correct?
Mr. Gray?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we will be looking at that with the optimization study. It's wastewater.
So it should smell, and I get that, but you know, sometimes it's difficult to be a resident or own a business in that area.
Yeah. Through you, Madam Mayor, one of the things we are looking at is we are putting a glass fused roof on one of our digesters. This will capture more methane gas. So there will be less methane gas being released into the atmosphere, and we do vacuum that out and we burn off the methane gas. So we are hoping that we will be able to potentially reduce some smells from the plant.
The 10-year capital work plan. Recently, the mayor and I were at another meeting for the county, and there was an amazing graph that went up, and it talked about our needs study over, I think it was 15 years is what we saw. And the graph goes up and down depending upon needs and the amount of money, but the amount of money stays constant. It's just you steal some and you have extra, and then you steal some and then you have extra, and net we're not all surprised by where we are. When you do your budgetary presentations, would we be able to see something like that as on a capital about how that's going on, or do you have that information on your 10-year plan to be able to see what the gives and takes are?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I've inherited the 10-year capital plan right now. We will be working with it. We are doing, next year we will be doing the water rate study. We will be doing the development charges study. To answer your question directly, yes. Yeah. Unfortunately, with supply chain issues and the global economy right now, we're having tenders come in 20, 30, 40% of what our estimates are. So we will look at our budgets as closely as possible, but I can't guarantee anything, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah. Madam Mayor, I am not surprised by your comments. So, you know,
I'm
we all have lives outside of this place as well, and I see exactly what you see and the uncertainty of it. It's just it's neat to have even a guide, and even if that guide made us C+ students, it would still be interesting to understand where we were. But I share your concern, and I don't admire, or I don't envy the situation that you would find yourself in with your responsibilities. Like it's going to be incredibly difficult for sure.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Taylor. We do have the 2022 asset management plan, and we will try to follow that as close as possible. But like I said, the global economy right now has really thrown a wrench into everything. Something that would have cost a water tower that would have cost us $4 million last year, right now is going to cost us $6 million next year. And that's if prices don't go up. So we're going to work in harmony with the asset management plan, but budgeting will be a challenge for our group and for this council.
Project management definitely becomes more and more important in times like this, doesn't it?
Absolutely, Your Worship.
Additional question? Yep.
The town line flood mitigation, that would be in the top 5 sacred cows too, right? So each year there's something, and you know, it's very difficult for those people. So I'd love for you to talk about that a little bit and just give some background. And my last one, and I'll just sign off here, is the West End water pressure. I assume that falls under you as well, but it was low for a period of time. Some massive improvements were done with a new pipeline down, losing my mind here, C-line, B-line, I think. How is that? Could you give updates on those 2 items?
The water pressure will, through you, Madam Mayor, the water pressure is being addressed with the additional water storage tower that we'll be building at the Well 5 site, which is right off of Blind Line, right off of Veterans Way by Hanson. So we are hoping that will help. Actually, we know that will help increase the pressures. Pressures were probably a little low this year because we did have to take the standpipe on Commerce Road offline while we did rehab it. So the water pressures will be okay. Now, saying that, the West Sector Reservoir, which is that big one that we have on B-line, will be taken offline in 2024 for a major rehabilitation. So that is one of the reasons why we are building the standpipe at Well 5 to compensate for the loss of pressure from the West Sector Reservoir. And I'm sorry, your second question? Town line mitigation. Well, I've got funding in the 2023 budget for that, so hopefully council is friendly with that. But we've already had meetings with the Conservation Authority. We think we can mitigate anywhere between a 5 and 15-year storm. Unfortunately, that entire area is very, very flat. If we have anything more than a 15 or 20-year storm, where Hurricane Hazel is designated as our 100-year storm, there is nothing we can do. The Credit River floods and it backs up. So the flood mitigation we are looking at will mitigate anything between a 5 and 15-year storm. And we are doing that in conjunction with the Conservation Authority.
Thank you. Councillor Andrews, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Curry, and again, welcome to the team. I know you've been here since August. And just to piggyback on Deputy Mayor Deputy Mayor Taylor, slight slip there from the previous term. Just to piggyback on that, you know, you talk about flood mitigation. Has there been thoughts about alternative ways of diverting some of that water that would come about in a flood? You know, again, you see new subdivisions where there's storm water management ponds, and I know that has been discussed with any new subdivision that might be going in our community at a very high level. But is that something that could be also considered? Because I know that you've talked about it, and I know that this previous term of council, if I do recall early on, we did have a flood that many of us ended up witnessing in that area that you're speaking about. Is there thought of new technology, new ways of addressing flood issues?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, actually, the Credit Valley Conservation Authority has flood models, which we are studying right now, and that's why we partnered up with them. So we do study things like that. maybe increasing the streams a little further up. We are looking at a combination right now of some berming around the plant to divert the water that does flow towards town line. We are looking at adding a culvert or two underneath town line. We are looking at adding a potential stormwater management pond to the west of town line. But these are all plans that we are looking at, and yes, that's things that we are doing with the Credit Valley Conservation Authority.
Thank you.
Was there any additional questions from members of council? No? Yeah, Councillor Prendergast, go ahead.
My question is less technical. First, welcome, Mr. Curry, and also I really appreciate your attention to the environment and minimizing our carbon footprint as a town. So that's fantastic. I'm just wondering if I could ask you where Well 5 is.
Well, through you, Madam Mayor, Well 5 is on Veterans Way, opposite Hanson Road.
Okay, thank you so much.
It's actually our biggest producing well that we have in town, actually, as well. If you'd like, I know Mr. Kozlik has already mentioned it, but we would love to take council out to some of these places, just so you can see. When I say West Sector Reservoir, what exactly do I mean? When I talk Well 5, what do I mean? When I say Pool and Well, you know what I mean. That's going to become a very big well in our very near future. When I say we're about to spend $6 or $7 million on the water pollution control plan, I would love to take you down there and show you exactly what we're going to do.
Thank you so much, and I would love to take you up on that offer. I'd love to visit all of these sites to get a better understanding. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, it'd be my pleasure.
Wonderful. Was there any additional questions? No, seeing none. It does sound like there's an appetite for a road trip, so that will be excellent. And thank you so much, Mr. Curry, for your time today, and I'll turn it back over to Mr. Kozlak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And we'll coordinate a tour to show the different items we have. Hopefully the weather cooperates and we can do that in the next little while. So it'll be nice to get out. Next, I'd like to introduce Bruce Ewald. He's our Chief Building Official and Manager of the Building Section.
Welcome, Mr. Ewald.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be here. Look forward to working with all of you for over the next 4 years. My presentation will be really short because I'm just a small department that does big things. So the building division includes myself as the Chief Building Official, 2 building inspectors, and an administrative assistant who we share with the planning department. Next slide. Our inspectors are required to take legal and technical knowledge courses for their areas of practice. There are a total of 16 technical and legal examinations, as well as they have to maintain their certification through ongoing mandatory training. The mission of the building division is to contribute to Orangeville's economic development and to protect the lives and safety of Orangeville's citizens and its visitors. The building division provides timely and professional plans review and inspection services, as well as commenting on planning applications to ensure buildings and projects are built and developed in compliance with the Ontario Building Code and all applicable municipal requirements. We average around 800 to 1,000 inspections each year, and the number of permits varies, usually between 250 and 580 permits each year. We are a self-funded department covering our expenses through the collection of building permit fees, and we maintain a reserve fund to assist with expenses if revenue is low, which may occur during a decline in construction values, such as what we had with COVID-19. Next slide. The building sector is a key driver in Orangeville's economy, with construction values in 2021 of just over 24 million and construction values at the end of the third quarter in 2022 of just over 52 million. The increase in construction values is a welcome economic position after the COVID-19 pandemic work stoppages and the resultant effects on both supply and costs of materials. The building division has committed to a digital-first strategy to modernize and improve the services it provides to Orangeville. We are currently in the initial stages of implementing the new CityWorks PPL platform and hope to be fully digital by the fall of 2023. Stakeholders in the building industry have identified municipal electronic permitting and mobile inspection systems as a service need. The goal is to implement a strong, modernized, digitally based suite of building resources, which would improve frontline service delivery by supporting municipal efforts to reduce building permit approval timelines and eliminate redundancies in the inspection process, and to create a more paperless environment within the department. We have a lot of paper in our department. It would be nice not to have so much. Next slide. And that is actually my entire presentation.
Man, a very, very few words. I like it. I do have a question for you before I turn it over to the rest of council for questions. Is there a mechanism available within the town right now for residents who have an AODA violation complaint about a non-municipally owned building? So, for example, a privately owned building. I ask because I've recently gotten a concern brought forward to me by residents, and I'm not sure exactly who to pass it along to, or because it's provincial legislation, do I need to go through a different mechanism? So.
We do get complaints of that nature quite regularly, which is okay. Sometimes we can do something, sometimes we cannot. As if it's a privately owned business, the building department deals with things that are under construction. For instance, if a building's under construction but they're not touching their front door, they may need to make their washrooms barrier-free and everything within that building barrier-free. But if they're not touching that front door, they are not required under the building code to make that entrance a barrier-free entrance, although we always encourage them to do so.
I appreciate that. I'll send you an email offline about a specific issue, and you can maybe guide me in the right direction for it.
I think, is it the clerk's department? They have a portal that can be accessed to put complaints in. I know the bylaw department uses something along that line.
Through you, your mayor. Mayor, yes, we have the C-Click Fix program or report a problem on the website. So certainly any member of the public that has bylaw related concerns, I believe Public Works is also on that portal and receives things through that avenue. They can certainly submit complaints in that regard. If it's not directly bylaw enforcement related, then we absolutely forward it to the appropriate division.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Was there any additional questions from members of council? Yeah, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Just one, Mr. Ewald. Thank you for your presentation. Your specialized skills that are in your department that are required means that you can't hire me, for example, would be off the street, have no clue what I was doing. How are you in terms of that skill level set and having your positions filled? And are we good right now?
Very well.
Yes, through you, Your Worship. We're in good shape right now. We do have one of our more senior inspectors who is going to be retiring in the very near future, so that will be going out. I'm hoping that we will be able to get a fairly well-seasoned inspector who has all of the qualifications necessary. It is difficult. A lot of municipalities have had issues this past year, but they are out there. It's just a case of finding them and hiring that right person.
Councillor Stevens, and then Councillor Sherwood.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. I don't know if it's directly to you. When I was out canvassing on Dinnick, behind the new townhouses that were built on Broadway and the future ones that are being built shortly, the residents on Dinnick are complaining that there's no tree line, there's nothing between the houses. Is there anything that we can do for those residents on Dinnick?
I have through you, Your Worship, I think that would be dealt with through the site plan approval process, through the planning department, of which we do comment on that, but we don't typically comment on trees and shrubbery, that sort of thing. That's usually someone else.
Maybe we'll save that question for when Mr. Ward's up on the hot seat. Perfect. Was there any additional questions? Okay, Councillor Sherwood, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Ebold. Can you remind me, do we just, you provide services just for Orangeville? None of our building inspectors are contracted out to any other municipalities, are we?
Through you, Your Worship, no, we only deal with the town of Orangeville.
Okay. I thought we had some kind of agreement with Melanchthon, but I guess it could be something else. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor McIntosh, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Not a question, just a comment. I do recall back in the day, a previous council was actually questioning when we were going to do away with the building department because there was no construction going on in the future. So I just been amazed. There seems to be more construction now than I've ever seen. So I'm glad the previous council didn't make that decision. Thank you.
Good comment. Was there additional questions from the side of the table? No? Mr. Ewald, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate your presentation. And Mr. Koselleck, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's good timing when we talk about site plans and we talk about planning issues to introduce Brendan Ward, our planner and manager of planning.
Welcome, Mr. Ward. I'm sure we'll have lots of questions with you. There's lots of fun things happening in planning these days.
As always, right?
Thank you, Your Worship, and good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here tonight before you. It really is. As Mr. Koselleck noted at the outset, our division is one of 5 in the infrastructure services group. Next slide, please, Andrea. Thank you. So we're comprised of 5 staff members, including of which myself being the manager of planning. We have a senior planner. We also have a source water protection coordinator, which is a newer position we've actually just recently filled. And it's part of that restructuring effort that Mr. Koselleck noted earlier about some of the source protection matters now coming under the planning portfolio. So we're excited to move forward with that initiative and have that position on board with us. We also have a planning administrator. And finally, last but not least, we have an administrative assistant that provides support to ourselves, but also to the building division as well. Next slide, please. What do we do? Essentially, our role could be summarized as that of more of an advisory role. We provide advice to council, yourselves namely, as well as our stakeholders and members of the public and so on regarding planning matters, particularly regarding planning policy and recommendations for decision making to ensure that those decisions align with that policy framework. And the remainder of our role could really be sort of subordinate to that advisory function. We administer our planning documents, and when I say administer, we interpret them. We apply recommendations with respect to how the subject matter aligns with those policy documents. We review and assess developments with respect to their conformity with those policy documents, but also with respect to some other planning principles, namely their appropriateness for the land and their location and their fit with in terms of compatibility with their surroundings. And also as part of that, we process those applications and ensure they follow the provincial planning system that is basically enshrined through the Planning Act, which I'll talk about momentarily. In addition, there's a few other matters we also handle. We administer approvals and provide advisory support with respect to heritage protections. We also now administer our community improvement plan, and I'll talk a little bit more about that a little later on in the presentation. And of course, last but not least, we now look after our source water protection matters. So in terms of fulfilling our role, we thought it'd be important to sort of summarize our functionality in the broader planning system. We very much must follow the framework that is instilled by the province. And the graphic in front of you is a good representation of how that all works. We operate in what is often referred to as a provincial policy-driven planning system. And it really starts at the top with the Planning Act. And I'll get into these documents in a little more detail. The Planning Act is really what I would refer to as sort of your operating manual or your rule book for how planning functions are to be conducted in the province. From there, and as you work your way down through this pyramid, the policy level of detail is broader and applies provincial-wide, but not only does it drill down in terms of its scope of geographic focus, it also drills down in its precision and level of detail. So starting, or I guess following through with the Planning Act, we have the provincial policy statement, and that's really a province-wide planning document that sets out a policy framework for principles for all things planning in the province. And then we get into provincial plans that are more area specific, apply to certain regions in the province. And from there, we get into our official plan instruments, and that's either an upper or single tier official plan, which in our instance is the County of Dufferin's official plan. And then from there, we get into our own planning instruments, being our official plan, and as a subordinate to that being our zoning bylaw. And then at the bottom of the pyramid, this is where we get into some of our tools or our instruments to administer our planning functions. And the one thing I want to emphasize with this framework is it follows a chain of consistency. So, and that's enshrined in the Planning Act, whereby our decision-making, our planning documents and so on have to fall into alignment with the upper level policy hierarchy. We can't deviate from the policy, but at the same time, we have flexibility to have a little more precision. We can get into more details, but we have to maintain that consistency. We can't have conflict there. Next slide, please. So again, just this graphic here sort of gives a visual summary of those three chief documents. The Planning Act, again, that's really our rule book. It sets out the legislative framework for how we have to go about making planning decisions. It sets out what sort of matters or decisions are more subject or requiring public notice and public engagement. It sets out those obligations that those decisions align with our official plan, and our official plan policies maintain their alignment with the provincial framework. It also sets out certain more details about notice requirements, decision-making timelines, and opportunities for appeal. Moving across the band, so to speak here. Oh, sorry, Andrew, we'll just go back. Not quite done yet. The provincial policy statement, again, it applies a province-wide policy framework to deal with more fundamentals about growth allocation to settlements, wise use and management of our resources, protection and avoidance protection of natural features, protection of cultural heritage features, avoidance of natural hazards, and so on. And then from there, the last image here is the growth plan, and that's a document that is very relevant to our more or less our day-to-day planning functions. That's the a geographic area comprised of the Greater Golden Horseshoe area. Many of you, I'm sure, have heard about this document and its applicability. That really gets into the detail of taking some of those broader provincial policy directives and implementing it with much more precision in our area. Key operatives of the growth plan is it actually sets out, or it deploys, if you will, some growth forecasts to those upper tier municipalities in the growth plan area. And it also sets out some targets with respect to development densities in greenfield areas and intensification targets. And I'll talk a little bit about that more later. And it really gives direction for those upper tier municipalities to instill those policies in their official plans. And then that's where we fall into alignment with making sure those policies are implemented with necessary precision and detail at our level. Next slide, please. The sort of next, as we work our way down through this policy chain, is the County of Dufferin's official plan, and this is really the primary instrument for implementing the growth plan. It was enacted in 2015, and what's most noteworthy about the county official plan right now is it is currently in a review process called a Municipal Comprehensive Review, or MCR for short. And really, that's an exercise to update the county official plan so it falls into alignment with the recently updated provincial growth plan, which took effect in 2020. So as part of that exercise, there are some new growth projections for the county and other member municipalities within the growth plan area, and new targets and a new policy regime that the county must now go about reviewing and updating its official plan to make sure it's consistent or conforms to that document and appropriately implements those policies. And in doing so, will give new direction for its municipalities, including Orangeville. Slide, please. So as, again, working our way further down into the policy hierarchy, now we've arrived at our own planning documents. And like the vast majority of municipalities in Ontario, our primary instruments are our official plan and then our zoning bylaw. I'll talk a little more about the zoning bylaw momentarily, but it is really the chief implementing teeth to the official plan. And at the local level, our official plan really provides a little more detail in terms of land use permission and the intended sort of land use configuration for the municipality. And the images on the slide are really a couple of scheduled excerpts. It sets out land use designations, which describes the type of land use permissions that apply to those areas. And it might set aside additional policies with respect to densities, sort of built form typology, more particularly for residential uses and so forth. The other image on the right of the slide is this is really a good excerpt illustrating sort of the parameters that the zoning bylaw will regulate. Again, the zoning bylaw takes those official plan policy permissions and implements them with very specific precision in terms of zone standards, permitted uses, et cetera. The zone categories are a deployment of the land use designations, provide much more detail in terms of listing very specifically permitted uses, and also providing what we call performance standards in terms of articulating, how big the lots have to be, what their frontage needs to be, what are appropriate setbacks for the built form. It also provides regulations with respect to the provision of parking on the properties, and which is generally a product of what the use type is relative to a ratio of the floor area for that use corresponding with the number of parking spaces that have to be provided as a ratio to that floor area. That's the more general approach to how parking is regulated in zoning bylaws, and our zoning bylaw in particular. Next slide, please. So now we're into sort of our tools or instruments for how we make planning decisions. And this is all, again, set out by the Planning Act in terms of the type of applications or decision-making we have to make with respect to new developments. And beginning at the top of the pyramid, sort of it's a top-down approach. And when you start at the top, you have broader, higher level decision-making about land use, feasibility, and appropriateness. It's this level of decision-making that is more at rest with council. And those sorts of decisions are intended by the Planning Act to be more publicly oriented. There's legislative requirements for notification and public meetings and engagement and consultation before making that decision. And again, the Planning Act is very clear on ensuring that that decision making aligns with our official plan policies, but also the provincial policy framework. And as we work our way down through this, we get into sort of more detailed layers of decision making, and eventually we make a shift from sort of feasibility and in principle and higher level decision down to the implementing. And as the Planning Act provides the rules for how those decisions and processes are to be followed, as you get more into detail with those lower level decision making, there's less emphasis or requirement for public notice and engagement. And the reason being is because it's understood that when the higher level decisions are made, there's an expectation that more technical review and implementation follows. So again, the slide in front of you, I hope gives a good sort of visual snapshot of how that all operates together. Next slide, please. So in terms of highlighting our current and future projects, as I mentioned earlier, one of our main initiatives is working with the county to proceed with their comprehensive review. It has significant implications for growth direction for Orangeville and all other municipalities in the county. As part of that, we have been in the process for some time now with updating our official plan. And the main reason why it's been in the works for some time is because we have to essentially await for the conclusion of the county's official plan update before we update ours. So we're following into alignment with that consistency chain. So because of that, we've been well underway with a first phase of our official plan review to focus on sort of the policy areas that are unrelated to the county's comprehensive review. A second phase of that will advance as the county's review is being completed, and that's where we'll focus more into not only implementing the policy direction of the county, but providing more land use direction. And I have some highlights here in terms of some of the findings from that county MCR exercise. Through that analysis, they've demonstrated a projected population forecast for Orangeville of about 38,500. And again, this is all with respect to the next 30 years. That's the horizon stipulated by the growth plan that the county must now implement. And as a product of that, they've forecasted approximately 3,600 new dwellings, again, from the same horizon. One of the more noteworthy aspects of this is they've identified an intensification target. And I'll just try to take a moment to talk about what that intensification target is. So intensification is defined as development or utilizing a property within your existing built-up area at a higher degree or density than what exists. So there's obviously efficiencies in provincial policy direction that broadly encourages and heavily supports intensification, and there's certain advantages behind that. It provides more efficiency for development. It provides a more concentrated built form that adds efficiencies and advantages for use of infrastructure and land consumption and so on. It's sort of a fundamental principle of provincial policy framework that carries on through to our level of policy. What this intensification target is it says for every year, for the amount of new residential units that are approved or built, a certain percentage of that should be occurring within your built boundary. This target is looking at a 60% rate of new development happening within our built-up areas, within our existing neighborhoods and communities. The current target is 50%. And as we've gone past in past years, as we look and reconcile our development activity, we found that we're very much into alignment with that 50% target and even exceeding it. So this target, it does appear to be aggressive, and there are some thoughts about implementing it moving forward. I wanted to share that with you because it will have implications for decision making and some of the developments coming forward for decisions. Some of the remaining findings here are somewhat noteworthy in that they're forecasting 5,300 jobs for the same horizon. I would note that the vast majority of those jobs are forecasted to be in the form of commercial and institutional, as opposed to the more traditional manufacturing, warehousing, logistics type jobs. The ultimate conclusion or product of this, it looks at all this growth relative to our current ability to accommodate by virtue of land availability, servicing capacity, and so forth, and how much land do we have available. And it's concluded that we do have a shortfall. We are expected to need additional land at some point in this horizon to accommodate this forecasted growth. It also identified a potential surplus of existing vacant industrial land. So I wanted to share that with you because it will have implications for some of our future planning decision making going forward. Next slide, please. So in terms of some of the current and future projects we have underway beyond the official plan review and the county's MCR, I wanted to highlight this project as something we're planning to bring forward for consideration as part of the budget considerations. It consists of an avenue study to sort of look at the shoulder areas of Broadway peripheral to the downtown core. And the reason we want to bring this forward is in light of some of the development application activity we're experiencing, particularly in the East Broadway area, but as well some development interests that have consistently been sort of out there on the west end of Broadway. What an avenue study is it would look at what's a desirable built form environment. What's the most desirable or appropriate built form condition for this area in terms of building massing, relationship to the streets, density, and so forth. So once we establish that desirable built form, it's sort of, there's a second part to it that now looks at that built form and assesses existing infrastructure and transportation network and assesses what's its capability to accommodate that desired built form and what sort of improvements, if any, might be needed to accommodate that. We feel that that's an important study to initiate and move forward with in light of the development interests in these segments of town. Next slide, please. The next project is of course our implementation of the recently improved community improvement plan. Now, for those of you that may be less familiar, this is a key document for incentivizing redevelopment and revitalization in the town. It allows for us to utilize a series of tools consisting generally of grants and stimulus measures to support private redevelopment efforts to fulfill those revitalization objectives. So the graphic in front of you is an excerpt from that community improvement plan. It shows those project or target areas of which some of those programs would be available. While the community improvement plan enables the use of those programs, it's ultimately at council's discretion to determine which programs it wants to operate and make eligible, and which ones does it choose not to move forward with, and those decisions can be made and changed at any time. Next slide, please. So I just want to highlight on some of the, I thought it'd be appropriate to highlight some of the current development projects we have underway, some of the more key projects. The image on the left of the slide is a redevelopment proposal at 60 Broadway, being the corner of Broadway and Wellington. It's a 5-story mixed-use building that went through land use approvals some time ago. They are now in a site plan approval stage, and we're hopeful and pretty excited about that project moving forward. The middle graphic shows a couple of subdivision plans in the area of Hanson Boulevard and Blind Line area. And as well, the image on the right is a recent development application we've received at 3337 Broadway. There was a public meeting held not too long ago about that project. The rendering here is a revised iteration of that concept. The proponent has essentially taken that back and made some changes to its design in response to the comments received through that consultation. So those two in particular are probably some decision-making matters that will come forward in the near future, and they are some of the more prominent developments we're now processing at this time. Next slide. In terms of our future focus, this is more of a blend between not only our focus, but some of our pressures that we're going to be experiencing in the very near future. First and foremost, as we saw with some of the county findings through their MCR, is this land needs matter. We have a finite availability of development land in the town. There's a demonstrated need that eventually we will need to consider expansion options. And the challenge to that is, unlike some municipalities, our settlement area boundary also aligns with our jurisdictional boundary. So any change to that involves some discussion or consideration of what that means jurisdictionally speaking. The other aspect, again, comes down to those intensification pressures. And the map here is really a representation of sort of the framework for our settlement boundary, which is the broader boundary around the town itself. And then the purple boundary is what is comprised of our built-up area. So that's an understanding that within that boundary is generally our existing built-up area. And again, intensification is any development that occurs within that boundary. And this excerpt from our official plan highlights those certain areas that it currently identifies as being potential candidates for intensification. That's an example of how our official plan takes that broader policy level detail about supporting and encouraging appropriate intensification and now providing more direction specifically at the local level. So notwithstanding that, this is another instance of some pressure we're likely going to experience going forward with respect to new developments and intensification, and coming with that some concern about the change they're going to introduce to the community and how that's going to affect residents in the area. Next slide, please. So the last but not least, this is sort of a subject matter that's received obviously a lot of attention lately, and I wanted to highlight it with you at this time, not to necessarily get into the details of the subject matter, but simply to highlight that there are very significant changes underway in terms of the planning system in the province that will affect us, and really our role and our function, and will have implications for some of the pressures we have with our day-to-day functionality. So as everybody's aware, the province is, it's no secret, the province, and we know there's a housing supply crisis, and the province has been taking pretty bold measures to try to address that. They released the task force report early this year that identified many fairly profound recommendations to try to alleviate that. The focus being on trying to improve housing supply and looking at streamlining and improving the approval process, so to speak. So there's two key legislative instruments that have unfolded following the recommendations of that. First being Bill 109 that was introduced earlier this year in April. The main change behind that that's of most pertinency to us is changes around decision-making timelines and now introducing fee refunds for decisions made outside of those processes. Obviously, that's going to have significant implications for how we function and carry out our decision-making processes, because obviously planning fees are intended to be a cost recovery basis. They're intended to recover or subsidize our costs to actually process those applications. And if you start to erode from those application fees, we're no longer at a cost recovery basis. So it's prudent for us in many places to try to operate in a regime where we're not having to surrender application fees. And not only that, there's obvious reasons as to why it's more efficient to move forward with reviews and application processing in a timely and efficient manner. The second piece is obviously a very new legislation change release that came about just very recently, late October. I've highlighted here some of the more significant changes being contemplated. I understand that the legislation it's not yet finalized. It's still in draft form with the legislature. And even as of this time, I understand there's been some further changes made beyond some of the highlighted changes I've noted in this slide. But more pertinent of interest to us are some of the changes with respect to planning and the permissions they're seeking to enable with respect to dwelling unit permissions on residential properties. They're looking to introduce more broader as of right permissions for up to 3 dwelling units on a residential property. They want to significantly reduce third-party appeals in the decision-making process. They want to significantly streamline the site plan approval process by eliminating the scope or limiting its scope to exclude exterior design and landscaping matters. That has always been a very fundamental component of site plan approval. However, it seems to be the province's view that those matters are sort of bogging down the site plan review and approval processes and holding developments from proceeding. The last two pieces are with respect to the proposed changes to really reduce the Conservation Authority scope and role in the in their advisory support to the town, really focusing their mandate down to a core matter to deal with hazard mitigation and floodplain avoidance. And finally, there are some changes afoot to really take a closer look at the heritage framework and make some changes there to make it a little more of an iterative process, not necessarily it's going to be on the register and that's it. It gives opportunity for more question or scrutiny about additions to the register. It also gives timeframes for which properties could be on a municipal heritage register before a decision's made as to whether or not they should be designated or perhaps removed from the register. All in all, we are very much still analyzing the ramifications and the more detailed changes associated with this. But again, I wanted to share this because it is top of mind for us. It will have implications for how we function moving forward. Next slide, please. Well, that concludes my presentation. I thank you for your attention. Again, our role comes down to that of an advisory. And most importantly, we're here to help. We're here to help and support. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ward. Before we get over to the rest of council, I've got 2 comments. So first is that conversation about Bill 23, before we get too much into the weeds tonight, will be coming to our council meeting on Monday. And we can expect some conversation around that and some discussion about how our council wants to proceed with discussions with the province about that particular bill. I do have one question as well for you, Mr. Ward. When it comes to the official plan completion, I know right ahead of the election, we had an official plan review committee in place. do we need to have that still going forward as we move into this term of council? Because I believe that term for that committee is ended as well. And with that component as well, what is the official plan completion? And as part of the official plan, are there some provisions that are going into the new official plan? And I know we see in Bill 23, they're talking about heritage pieces, but are there some pieces that are going to give us some tools to work with to preserve some of the non-designated areas of our community that we have? Because as we look at a 60% intensification target, protection of our heritage areas, even if they aren't designated, is a really important piece to good community building. And it can already be a little frustrating when the province is dictating a lot of our planning decisions. And, you know, Orangeville residents should build Orangeville or should contribute to building Orangeville. And I think of areas like York Street and Zina Street that aren't designated areas but have heritage significance to our community. So that was kind of maybe 3 questions all in one, but if you could take those, that would be great.
Well, thank you, to your worship, and to you. I'll try to unpack that as best I can. The first question about the steering committee, it is something we'd like to reinitiate. Excuse me. We'll be moving forward more with the second phase, so it's very important to have the committee sort of steer that venture. With respect to timing, we'd like to have the phase 1 amendment wrapped up and before you for a decision very early next year to address sort of the non-growth related policies amendments we're considering for the official plan. In terms of response to legislation, we haven't quite gotten into the detail to look at Bill 23 and how that relates to official plan policies, but I will say the Bill 109 piece about decision-making and such has given more emphasis to look at our official plan policies around pre-submission consultation, that being a prerequisite to identify what sort of application submission items must be needed in order to accept and process an application submission. So we'll be looking into developing more policies in better detail to respond to that legislation. Perhaps you might have to refresh me on the third question.
Just talking about the 60% intensification target and what tools we have in our toolbox or within the official plan, changes and revisions that we're making that will protect some of our heritage areas like Zina and York Street that aren't designated.
Thank you. Again, to your worship, I would suggest that with respect to heritage protection, you're best to stay with the actual heritage framework afforded by the Ontario Heritage Act. We have quite a broad list of identified properties, that being listed but non-designated. We certainly have the ability, and I think some of the changes proposed by the province is sort of forcing our hand, if you will, to look at those listings and determine ought they be designated either individually or part of a district, or are they really worthy of inclusion on the list to begin with. The official plan policies will certainly be chief for directing intensification. Our current plan already does that to great extent by virtue of identifying areas or possible candidate areas where intensification may be appropriate. So we more than likely elaborate on that, but also it does identify criteria for consideration when evaluating an intensification project. Again, an area we'd like to bolster up with a little more detailed policies.
That's good to hear. Thank you. Councillor Andrews had his hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Ward. I always learn a lot every time you come to council, be that in person or virtually. A lot of information, and really do appreciate the information that you've provided. I know we're going to have a more robust discussion on Monday's council about Bill 23. A lot to no doubt unpack, as much as it's still in draft form. But to the point about affordable housing, so this will be my first question of 2. Regarding affordable housing, is there a way, in your opinion, that we can end up in some way as a municipality, work with developers to find that sweet spot in housing in whatever configuration it may be?
To your worship, to Councillor Andrews, great question, quite a broad question. There are some tools available in terms of more or less obligating the inclusion of defined affordable housing. At this time, they are more or less applicable to certain areas, predominantly in those areas you would see in larger metropolitan areas. major transit station areas, et cetera. So it really does for us come down to a measure of trying to encourage and stimulate that. And I think what the province is showing through their legislative changes is there's more that needs to be done, particularly on the financial piece, to try to incentivize that. Unfortunately, there's another side to that, and I'm sure we'll probably look into that further, is what are the ramifications of those financial incentives or relief measures being put forward to try to stimulate more affordable housing.
No doubt more to come on that. The other is one that I know that through your office and also the Economic Development Office was the processing of the Community Improvement Plan, and that was really well done. The consultant report, and I thought that all of us at the time it was presented really learned a lot. In your opinion, I know that some of this will be coming to our council during budget deliberation. Are there some priorities that you would be able to, in your opinion, share with us that you would say, the top 1, 2, 3 would be the ones that you would make some suggestions on? Because at this point, we really haven't had that dialogue. And as part of your answer, would it be possible that maybe a subcommittee is struck to, take a look at that implementation and what those top 1, 2, 3s that from a budgetary perspective could be implemented over this term of council?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Councillor Andrews. Again, great question on the implementation of the Community Improvement Plan. It's perhaps a bit early to say what sort of programs are maybe more priority. I know the facade improvement has been very successful, and this new plan does really sort of enhance and augment that, make it a little more comprehensive, as well as there's other programs in there around landscape improvements and such. Perhaps going forward, we'll look into not only what are the priority sort of incentive measures, but also what sort of budgetary considerations should be had to what extent of programs and to what availability should they be initiated in the early times of this program.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. And then, Madam Mayor, if I can volunteer at some point regarding, if there's a subcommittee that's struck, I would be certainly like to be a part of that.
Sorry, Your Worship, if I could, yes, that is one of the parts of implementing the Community Improvement Plan is sort of a committee tasked with reviewing grant applications. I'm sure we can work with the scope of that committee and understand what its role and function is really going to be.
Wonderful. Thank you. Councillor Sherwood, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Ward. Going back to my last term of council, it has taken me almost 4 years to understand the planning department, and some of the times you talk, I think I'm finally, after 4 years, understanding official plan, intensification, zoning bylaw, because really you're quite a confusing department. Not you personally, it's just that I didn't really use good words there, did I? That was really bad. Strike that from the record, please. Basically, what I'm saying is it's very confusing planning, and it's really hard to follow, but I think I'm starting to catch up after 4 years. What my question to you is that it seems a lot of times that planning, things that we approve for planning seem to take an awful long time to come to fruition. I think back like 3-4 years ago where we've approved developments, or we thought we've approved developments, and then we find out that they've gone to an appeals because they said we haven't made decisions in adequate timing. Is this a staffing issue, or is this because the county didn't do their official planners? Why is there delays, and possibly why are some of these developers going to tribunals saying that we haven't made decisions within a time frame?
Mr. Ward?
Through Your Worship to Councillor Sherwood, no offense taken on the complexity of it. Things are always changing, even for us. With respect to your question about decision-making timeframes and delays and such, there are many factors that contribute to timeliness of decision-making, starting off with perhaps at the outset, the alignment of the development in question with respect to the policy framework that exists. And I'm not just speaking about our own policies, but broader policies, including those of the province. When something is perhaps seen at odds or questioning its alignment with the policies, or there are issues at play with respect to some compatibility or servicing inputs, et cetera, it generally takes time for staff to work through those issues with proponents and ensuring we have the right information in front of us to make a decision on them. And sometimes that takes time. It's generally an iterative process. And the end of the day, the end product is generally a good development outcome. Why some applications choose to appeal non-decisions and some do not, it really is at their discretion. I wouldn't suggest it's a staffing measure, although we will see staffing pressures coming forward, especially with the new emphasis on more timely decision-making and compression of review times and such. I trust that answers the question, but if there's anything else I've missed, by all means.
No, you have answered my question, and I apologize if I made it sound like your department was confusing. I meant you've got a lot of stuff on your plate.
Definitely a complex department. Was there additional questions? Yeah, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Three things. One, the advisory role and the way you describe what you do, Mr. Ward, is exactly what I benefited from. So thank you for all your help the last 4 years. It's very much appreciated. My two questions are, I was a bit surprised by the surplus industrial land comment, and I'm curious where those might be. I imagine they're hodgepodge all over the place, and unfortunately we can't do something with it, but I'd love for you to expand on that. And then the other question I have, and just for clarity again, because it's so interesting to me, and I think it's truly going to define what our town is over the next 10 years. But East Broadway, again, you mentioned the two buildings. I had to look up again where 33 was just to make sure I understood where it was. I've got that figured out. I know where the other one is. I believe there's 4 others, and I'm just curious if you can describe where those were, and if I'm jumping the gun and it's inappropriate to talk about, but maybe you could just share, hey, there might be 6 buildings along there, and think about the gravity of that as you come into town. Just like to understand that again. So it's surplus industrial land and East Broadway. What's that going to look like?
Mr. Ward, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Deputy Mayor Taylor, and thank you for the summary at the end about the 2 questions. The first being the surplus industrial, so it's no specific property necessarily, that's the surplus one. What the county exercise did is it looked more holistically at all of our lands designated industrial, which of those may be vacant or suitable for new development or redevelopment, and how much of that adds up relative to what's forecasted in terms of the number of jobs and the amount of land that those additional jobs are speculated to need. And that results in sort of a reconciliation. Do you have enough, too much, not enough? And that's demonstrated we have a surplus. So now it will be a product of us moving forward to look at our official plan at those designations and say, where ought they be maintained? Where might they be changed to another use? The second piece about the composition of development activity, East Broadway, I believe there are 3 sites, being one of which being the 33 to 37 site. The other being sort of across the street at 48 to 52 Broadway, being the old, our former auto repair shop. And then the third being the one I highlighted at the corner of Broadway and Wellington, that mixed use development, that 5-story building.
Thank you. Was there additional questions from council? Prendergast, I can't see you, sorry. You're good? Okay. Everybody's good? I thought you'd have way more questions, Mr. Ward. You've obviously covered it very well. Yeah, wait for Monday. Come prepared with lots of water. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time tonight. And Mr. Koselleck, did you have anything else to add?
Thank you, through Mayor Post. Appreciate it. I know we provide a lot of information tonight, and if there are questions later on, feel free to reach out to us. Also, as part of the reference guide that was indicated, the copy of the presentation will be included in there. So if there is any questions after you've gone through it all, again, feel free to reach out to us, and we will look at organizing a bit of a tour to show off some of our facilities that we're doing work on and planning on building. So appreciate you taking the time, and it's been an honor trying to present everything to you. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Mr. Osmond, before we go to closing, do you have anything else to add?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to everyone. First off, let me say that it's been a real pleasure sitting here, and I don't know about you, Councillor Sherwood, 4 years. I've been at this business a long time, but I tell you, every time you sit down with planners in particular, You always learn something new. But this group this evening, I got to kudos, Mr. Koselak, to you and your team, the expertise and the capable team you have here that's generated this report and all the things you got on your plate. I think many people will notice that there is a lot on the plate. I think at one point, Mr. Curry mentioned the 30+ million projects on the table, and a lot of those are compliance projects. So the big difference in terms of what your department is, tasked with is a lot of these compliance things. And the other thing that's running through this thread we're talking about is the capacity. And we'll be talking more about this again tomorrow, and we talk about again on the 5th of December. We get into some of these capacity questions, and I think all you've asked questions, and they're skirting the capacity question. And there's lots of things that get done. There's a lot of information that we've got tonight, and there's lots of things happening in infrastructure services. But I got to say, over the last number of weeks and a few months, since we've had some other people join us, and Mr. Curry, Mr. Koselak, and others that have joined us on their teams, I got to tell you that we've moved a lot of things a lot faster forward, and you're going to see a big change when you see things happening in the budget. So I am really, I just want to say thank you very much, gentlemen, and for all your hard work. It's a pleasure. It's back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Osman. Okay, our next item is a recommendation in the agenda that the bylaw listed below be read 3 times and finally passed, which is the bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Orangeville at its council meeting tonight, November 24th, 2022. Can I have a motion for that? Councillor McIntosh, Councillor Stevens, all in favor? Thank you. And then a motion to adjourn, Councillor Andrews, Deputy Mayor Taylor, all in favor? We'll see everybody at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you.